People's State Bank is a locally owned and managed bank with convenient locations in southwest Wisconsin and northeast Iowa. If you're looking for a place where you're more than just a number, but still have access to convenient technology and low fees, People's State Bank is it. As a community bank, they're proud to support many of the local charities, county fairs, community events, and more. When you become a part of People's State Bank, you can be confident that you're standing with a good cause. People's State Bank, member FDIC.
This is a Queen Bee Radio High School Sports presentation. Queen Bee Radio proudly brings you Grant Regional Health Center and People's State Bank coverage of high school sports. Presented by Cuba City, Kieler, and Darlington Family Dental and Carey Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors. And sponsored by Ayers Furniture, Bytech Resource Management, Claire Bank, Fuller's Milker Center, Hermson's Ace Hardware and Home Center in Bloomington and Platteville, Les Mack, Northland Buildings, Reeves Wealth Management, Raleigh Cheese House, Russell Law Offices, The Shoebox, Tricor Insurance, West End Salvage, Carver's Hardwood Flooring, Sloan Implements, Sups, Brian's Auto Body and Paint, Gary's Pest Control, TriStar Pallets and TriStar Mulch, Krantz Auto Parts and Krantz Hardware Do It Best, Baus Electric, Cuba City Collision and Repair, Laley Center Monroe, H&N Plumbing, Heating and Electrical, Community First Bank, Grant Regional Health Center, Sullivan Auctioneers, Big Iron Realty, Lancaster Dental Associates, Millie's Diner, Pink's Automotive, Good Knees Garage, Point and Flush Sportsman's Club, Rosemeyer Management Group, Reckler Insurance, McNett Electric, Mound City Bank, Ready Feed and Grain LLC, Southwest Health, and WCC Brands.
Good evening and welcome to Boscobel High School on 97.7 Country, WGLR, and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. It's high school wrestling this evening from Boscobel High School. It's a triangular featuring the Lancaster Flying Arrows, Iowa Grant Highland, and Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben. With Chuck Rasmussen, I'm John Satterley with our pre-match show presented to you by Raleigh's Cheese House at the intersection of Highways 11 and 23 in the heart of Lafayette County. Don't forget the cheese. We're broadcasting from the Ayers Furniture Best Seat in the House and the Ayers Furniture broadcast booth. Ayers Furniture downtown Ridgeway for free delivery on heirloom quality furniture for every room in your home. For what's sure to be the best seat in your house, be sure to visit Ayers Furniture and AyersFurniture.com. Triangular tonight. Hey, the roads are actually nice getting here, Raz. Unlike the last time you and I were on the air together for wrestling, but, a lot of excitement building up here for this triangular this evening.
Yeah, there's going to be some good wrestling here tonight. We got pretty much full teams here as far as with, all three of them, as a matter of fact. So it should be good. And we're going to have some girls matches here to start things out. And then we're going to follow those. I think there's just 3 girl matches.
Okay.
And then we're going to go into the match between Lancaster and Iowa Grant Highland.
Mm-hmm.
Then we're going to have a couple more girls wrestle. And then after that, we'll go to, I believe it's Boscobel and Iowa Grant.
Okay.
And then the last match is going to be Boscobel and Lancaster.
We got a lot of wrestling coming up here this evening. We'll continue to set the table for you here in our Raleigh Cheese pre-match show presented to you by Raleigh's Cheese at the intersection of Highways 11 and 23 in the heart of Lafayette County. Don't forget the cheese. More after this timeout. It's high school wrestling on 97.7 Country, WGLR, and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel.
Pre-match are presented to you by Richards Insurance. Richards Insurance. We insure your peace of mind. It's true, the bigger your farm equipment gets, the faster you can feed the world. But it's also true that bigger equipment means bigger repair bills. In fact, replacing just one high-tech transmission can set you back thousands of dollars. But not if you protect your investment with Cenex Petroleum products from United Cooperative and the Cenex Total Protection Plan for up to 10 years of coverage. Rely on United Cooperative, your certified Cenex distributor for quality fuels, lubricants, and the Total Protection Plan warranty for new and used equipment. Contact us today at 920-887-1756.
Taxes was feeling unwelcome. Now Taxes is an open door, literally, to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts in person.
Hi, welcome in.
They're powered by smart tech and ready to do your taxes for you. Get real-time updates while you go about your day. Confident your taxes are done right. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. TurboTax stores opening soon. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Attention farmers! Need hay to get you through the long winter? The Maquoketa Livestock Exchange is holding an on-site hay sale Friday, January 30th. Go to MaquoketaLivestockExchange.com for details or call Kevin at 563-543-4459.
Pre-match 1.
Welcome back to Boscobel High School on 97.7 Country, WGLR, and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. This is our Raleigh Cheese pre-match show as we're getting ready for the Wrestling Triangular, featuring the Lancaster Flying Arrows, Iowa Grand Highland, and Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben. With Chuck Rasmussen, I'm John Satterley. Let's go ahead and go with our injury report presented to you by Russell Law Offices. Their experienced team of personal injury lawyers will fight for your rights and help you get the compensation you deserve. Visit RussellLawWI.com. Raz, anything that you heard when you were down talking, mingling with the teams when it comes to injuries? That we're aware of or that they would disclose?
I'm just trying to think. One of the coaches told me, one of the people from Boscobel, I remember right, has a broken hand.
Ooh.
So it's not going to be wrestling.
Okay.
And other than that, I think we're ready to go. Actually, there's going to be Hayden Altman is not scheduled to be wrestling for Iowa Grant at 138 tonight, and instead it's going to be Alex. I got to check his name here. Alex Gayton Gonzalez.
Okay.
Yeah, 138 pounds.
Of course, everything kind of switches around from what's in the roster sheets, and then getting the weigh-ins, and just trying to, and just because they're labeled at 157 doesn't mean that they can't wrestle at 165, 175, etc.
Well, they can only go up one weight class.
Only one weight class. See, this is where I lean on you. You're the expert. I'm the novice, and even saying novice is sometimes stretching it.
It has been.
This is your injury report. Well, maybe I'm injured too. There we go. Your injury report presented to you by Russell Law Offices. Their experienced team of personal injury lawyers will fight for your rights and help you get the compensation you deserve. Visit RussellLawWI.com. We also have our lineups presented to you by Fuller's Milker Center. See Fuller's complete hygiene line and options for your brand new dairy setup or existing parlor remodel. Fuller's in Lancaster, Richland Center, and at Fuller'sMilkerCenter.com. When it comes to starting lineup, basically say everybody is wrestling this evening, and we'll kind of intersperse that as we go on through the evening, because it'll be, the lineup is what happens right in front of you.
Yeah, it'll change. Mm-hmm. We know that'd be unusual if it doesn't.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to lean on you to try to make sure that we have the right wrestlers out there.
Right.
So, and I'm guessing that they'll do a nice job of announcing who's wrestling, and I sometimes get my mind taken away, and so
it's a beautiful facility too. If you have not been to the new gymnasium here at Boscobel Schools, my goodness, this is a work of art.
Yeah, it's not super huge.
No,
but they don't need it to be super huge. But this is one of the nicest setups that we have had as far as from an announcing standpoint.
Oh, yes.
There's across the gym. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sets of bleachers.
And they go all the way around.
Yeah, all the way around.
Actually, here on this near side, there's closer to 10.
Uh-huh. So
It looks like.
I take it, is this where they play basketball?
Yeah, that's what those little round orange things are.
Yeah.
Basketball hoops. It's like my classmate from high school, Jim Seffrey, would say, at least now you're broadcasting a real sport. Now let's go ahead and go for our national anthem. Our national anthem here on 97.7 Country, WGLR with Chuck Rasmussen. I'm John Satterley with the Raleigh Cheese pre-match show presented to you by Raleigh Cheese at the intersection of Highways 11 and 23 in the heart of Lafayette County. Don't forget the cheese. Our Grant Regional Health Center and People's State Bank coverage of high school sports is presented by Cuba City Kieler and Darlington Family Dental and Carey Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors. And our Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel live and archive coverage is powered by H&N Plumbing, Heating and Electrical, and Laley Center, Monroe. So it looks like we will have ladies first here this evening, Raz.
And I believe this first match is supposed to be Kenlyn Bile for the Flying Arrows. She's a freshman with a record of 19-7. And her opponent is Rowan Altman from Iowa Grant. I do not have a grade or record for her.
Okay.
I think we've got 3 lady matches here to start out with.
Now wrestling at 114 pounds from Lancaster, Kenlyn Bile versus Iowa Grand Highlands, Rowan Altman.
Wow, and the setup here too with the spotlights and the lights off everywhere else. This is neat.
Yeah, and we actually have lights up here so we can see. So
Yes. This is now the new platinum standard for broadcasting around Southwest Wisconsin.
Very nice. All right, working in the center of the mat, 114 pounds, Kenlyn Bile for the Lancaster Flying Arrows. And Rowan Altman, Bile in on a double. Needs to pop the head out. She does pop the head out, and there's going to be a 3 takedown for Kenlyn Bile. Working directly across from us.
Trying to get some movement there on the edge of the circle.
The official for tonight's match, at least this round, is John Chose
Okay.
from the Boscobel area. Bile trying to hook up a cradle. Her left knee out of bounds. Steps back in, trying to get things locked up.
And considering the early start, it is a really good crowd here this evening.
Yes. Well, you got, again, Iowa Grand Highland here, and they always have a good following. Lancaster has a good following, and Boscobel with their being home. So
They're correcting the clock right now because they had 3 minutes to start instead of 2 minutes. Probably going with the college timing. So there should be, I think, 28 seconds left in this first. 28 seconds left here in the first period. As high school wrestling at 97.7 Country, WGLR is presented to you by Community First Bank. For you in the communities where you live, work, and play, experience for yourself the difference at Community First Bank, cfbank.com. Member FDIC.
All right, working for a scramble here yet from a neutral position. And it's going to be a takedown for Altman.
Pinning potential too. Not now.
4-3 is the match score with the last 8 seconds clicking off the clock in the first period. We'll go to the second. 4-3, Altman.
Wolf LNG Farms of Lancaster reminds you to support your local pork producers. And Clearbank with their 8 convenient locations in southwest Wisconsin where they say we can do that. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender. Girls match here to start off the evening with our triangular if you're just tuning in. Lancaster, Iowa Grand Highland, and Boscobel, Wazeeka, Steuben. Right now our matchup is a girls matchup. Iowa Grand Highland versus Lancaster.
Kenlyn Bile working in the top position against Rowan Altman. Biles trailing 4-3. Break down an arm here. Getting a little bit high, and it's going to be a scramble yet, and it's going to be the escape now awarded to Altman. Neutral at the minute and 10 mark of the second period. There's a head throw attempt by Altman. Bile is not going to be able to get her head out here. It doesn't look like it. And now near fall criteria has been met. And back over to our base. Good job by Bile to get out of that. And give up for near fall. It's now 12-3.
Those points went up very quickly with that last maneuver. Edward Jones, Reeves Wealth Management in Platteville, and Utter Brothers Creamery in Boscobel, proud to sponsors of high school wrestling on 97.7 Country, WGLR.
Altman getting a little bit high, working up towards the head and shoulders areas. Bile up to her feet. Going to cut. 2 seconds, and she will not be able to score.
Wow.
12-3, we go into the third.
McNett Electric of Belmont can assist you with all of your electrical needs, whatever the need. Agricultural, commercial, or residential. Chip and his crew at McNett Electric are on call and ready to help you. That's McNett Electric, Belmont, and Rundy Plumbing and Heating, Belmont. For all of your agricultural, commercial, and residential needs, call Rundy Plumbing and Heating, Belmont. Period number 3.
Bile chooses neutral to start off the third. In a nice shot and is going to be able to score. And she'll just let Altman go, making the score 13-6.
Needing to score quick.
And fairly often.
Wow. Well, I went for a shoot there.
Altman doing a good job countering the shot by Bile.
Absolutely. Not just, protecting her lead as well.
Yeah, and trying to now cross face and come around. It's should be a. I guess I can't see Bile if she must have the leg hooked up. But Altman is hip to hip.
Trying to get her turned over.
45 seconds.
Almost holding on for dear life, and now it's whistle blows.
Stalemate. 44 seconds to go. Back to the center.
Amazing all the different ways you can get out of holds and watch how they do that. Got to take a lot to actually get to an actual stalemate.
Tied up ear to ear. Half a minute. 13-6 is our match score. And they'll go out of bounds, come back to the center with 21 seconds remaining.
What would you be telling your gal here with 20 seconds to go if you're down 7?
You got to attack. You just got to attack and go for something big. You know, down 7, you can, a takedown on a 4-point near fall. Will tie things up. Time is ticking away, though. We're down to the last 7 seconds. (13-6) is the final match score.
Wrestling on 97.7 Country WGLR, presented to you in part by Southwest Health. They have over 24 specialty services and more than 50 specialists, so you can have specialized care without traveling far from home. Learn more about their specialty services, southwesthealth.org. And by Laley Center Monroe. Call your local dairy automation specialist, Jordan Wilson, at Laley Center Monroe.
120 pounds from Lancaster, Olivia Ball versus Highland and Highlands, Chris Crow.
All right, moving in now to the center circle. It's going to be Lancaster's Olivia Ball. She's a senior with a record of 24-7 on the season. Her opponent is Chris Crow. Olivia, a multiple-time state qualifier. Goes into a headlock now, trying to come up with the. Now she's able to get the takedown and just pushes away. Crow working back on the feet.
Interesting, some of the strategies that you see by different teams.
And a single leg now, and moving up the body, and it's going to be another takedown for Ball.
And she just lets her go for a point for Chris Crow.
6-2 is the match score at the minute and 10 mark of the first period. We're at the 120-pound weight class. Olivia likes to pummel in, get those underhooks. And now it's just going to drop down to a double leg and get another takedown.
Looks like this time she's trying to go for a pin. Where the last 2 times she just opted to release.
Trying to dig in the half. She's met near fall criteria and very close to coming up the pin is Olivia Ball. Still 40 seconds remaining in this first period. Ball needs to bury that half. Readjust, now chest on chest. And there's the pin. Time of 1 minute and 30 seconds for Olivia Ball. That is a record setter. That's a milestone for Olivia Ball. I don't know that she realizes it, but this is her 100th career victory. See the signs over there. So congratulations, Olivia, already the leading match winner for the females at Lancaster.
That is an impressive milestone, 100 wins.
It is.
I just saw a couple other ones, looking online, 150 wins, with other local wrestlers. You have to win a lot, when you have only 4 years of high school.
Yeah, Amelia Johnson stepping out to the match. She'll collect the forfeit at 132 pounds. And then we move to the 138-pound weight classes. I believe it's going to be Taya McGuire for the Flying Arrows. She has a record of 11-15, and her opponent is Maria Schaefer from Iowa Grand Highland.
Wolf's Grantland Graphics, a block off the square in Lancaster, offers full-service copying and printing, available in wide formats.
138 pounds from Lancaster, Tam McGuire versus Iowa Grand Highlands, Maria Schaefer.
Wide formats for banners, posters, canvas prints, and much more. That's Wolf's Grantland Graphics, Lancaster.
McGuire with those pink wrestling shoes.
You can get some styles when it comes to wrestling shoes. They don't have to be just the bland ones.
And Schaefer goes for a throw, and she's going to collect the throw, and she's got a headlock on McGuire. Pretty tight here as she elevates the head. Tries to put those shoulders to the mat. Very close. McGuire, we can tell she's still got a shoulder up.
Twisting her body to try to avoid being pinned.
And still working to keep a shoulder up.
And you don't want to move, really, if you're Schaefer, because you've got her right where you want her.
They got a minute left to go in this first period.
And that can probably feel like an eternity if you're trying to break out of this. What would you be telling your wrestler right now when you're in that pinning predicament that you're trying to escape?
Try to get, you keep that shoulder up and try to get an arm between your chest and hers. So it's going to be a pin from Maria Schaefer in the time of 1 minute and 23 seconds.
Wrestling on 97.7 Country WGLR, presented to you in part by Grant Regional Health Center's Ortho Team. Dr. Brad Binsfeld and Nate Stocco, PAC, provide exceptional care for sports-related injuries. Grant Regional Health Center, better health starts here. And Moan's Milk Service of Montfort. They've been hauling quality milk with quality service in Grant and Iowa County since 1974. When you want quality, it comes from Moan's Milk Service in Montfort.
Brooklyn Hinkey will receive a forfeit at 145 for the Flying Arrows. Takes her record on the season now to 26-6.
Bill's Plumbing and Heating in Platteville is the area's leading plumbing and HVAC specialist for new installation or service. Check them out. Check them out on Facebook or online at billsplumbingandheatingwi.com.
Double forfeit at 152. Sophia Burr comes to the table at 165, and she'll receive a forfeit. Takes her record on the season now to 13-10.
We're going right down the line.
And double forfeit at 185. And Addie Spurgeon will step to the table now. And she'll go with her pink headgear out to the mat. And she'll collect a forfeit also. And she'll take her season record to 11-8.
Joe's Overhead and Seamless Gutters wishes Belmont Platteville Wrestling Club a successful season. Joe's Overhead Doors and Seamless Gutters Belmont and Century 21 affiliate in Boscobel. See Bobby Joe, Hans, Allison, or Richard for all of your real estate needs with Century 21 right here in Boscobel. And if you're just joining us here on 97.7 Country WGLR, it's a wrestling triangular from Boscobel High School, as it is Lancaster, Iowa Grand Highland, and Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben battling each other this evening. Just had a couple of matches for the ladies. Just seeing the explosion of women's wrestling over the past decade has been extremely impressive.
Yes.
With the support from everybody.
Yeah. I haven't talked to, or I guess I don't know the numbers as far as in the state right now, women's wrestling here in the high schools. I know last year it was, I'm going to say 30-some hundred, which is just, as you say, it was the fastest growing sport in the state of Wisconsin.
I think it's almost been the fastest, nationwide too.
Probably correct. All right, we'll see. We're going to move into the varsity matches now.
Okay.
And this is actually going to be an exhibition match, or junior varsity match.
Lancaster. Wyatt Edge versus
Wyatt
Iowa Grand
Edge.
Highlands, Cameron Long.
Wyatt Edge for the Flying Arrows. And I don't know, I didn't get the name
I heard
of the...
Moen.
Moen? Mm-hmm. We're looking at their roster, and I don't see a Moen.
That doesn't sound like what I heard.
Yeah, that's what I thought, too. I
Don't
thought
see
it was
on a
Moen,
roster.
but
Yep.
yeah.
There's a match with somebody on the roster that's not on the roster.
Yeah, but Edge with the first takedown, looking to come up with a cradle. Looks like he's got the cradle locked up, needs to get his hips over. Decides to let go of the cross-face cradle, now looking towards a near side head in the ribs cradle. Moen doing a good job of keeping free of that. Edge getting a little bit out of position. Now established himself. Bridges back to an ankle. Looking for a far side half.
Under 1 minute here in period number 1. Crowd continuing to file in here to Boscobel High School. The new gymnasium, just open for business, you could say, beginning of this school year.
Under a half minute now in the first period. Edge with a 3-0 advantage, working at the edge of the wrestling circle. And they are completely off, so they'll come back to the center and get started again.
What have you noticed, Raz, with when it comes to the new rule with outside the circle being able to still continue with that edge?
I like it. I like it. Again, kind of taking after the college parts of things there too, but keeps wrestling going.
Right.
And I guess we saw it somewhere the other night. That you have to be real careful. The official does too. That the mat is not completely wide enough. You need to stop it.
Right.
But going to go neutral to start the second period. Edge with a 3-0 advantage. There's a takedown this time for Moen. Now 3-3. Edge trying to come up to his feet. Brought back down by Moen. Moen getting a little bit high. Edge trying to hip over. Still trying to hip over. And is going to be able to do so. He's got the reversal. And trying to come up with the fall is Wyatt Edge. Flying Arrows, a freshman.
Got him in quite the predicament right at the moment.
See Wyatt shift back just a little bit, readjust.
Official right down in there trying to see if it is for sure a pin, and there it is.
Called it 3 minutes and 2 seconds for Wyatt Edge.
Anytime Roofing. Visit AnytimeRoofingWI.com to see how Anytime Roofing can help with your next roofing or siding project. And Wakeland Registered Holsteins, proud to support wrestling on 97.7 Country WGLR. That's Wakeland Registered Holsteins, Platteville. Lancaster versus Iowa Grand Highland now. We saw with the first match.
Now wrestling at 175, Ross Wolf from Lancaster versus Alfred Music from Iowa Grand Highland.
All right. And now at 175 pounds, it's going to be Ross Wolf for the Flying Arrows. Nice shot here by Wolf. He's going to get the takedown and moves up the body. He's wrestling against Alfred Music from Iowa Grand Highland. Wolf working with an armbar quickly. Stepping around towards the head. Stepping. Now he's got the right shoulder down and enough to get the near fall criteria met. And we're still at 1:25 first period. Wolf needs to lower the hip. There he's starting to lower it. And they're going to go out of bounds. Back to the center. Wolf will get a 4-point near fall.
So that one right there seems still to be a little bit in with the criteria with the legs, on the outside of the circle. Why would they call that one, out of bounds?
From my angle there, it looked like there was nothing touching yet inside. So
okay. it looked like, just basically like the head was more in the circle. Everything else was out, so I could understand that.
Wolf back into an armbar series. And looking to get things pretty tight here. And there's the fall for Ross Wolf in the time of 1 minute and 5 seconds.
West End Salvage of Lancaster wants you to see Junkyard Joe Krantz of the West End Salvage team for recycling as well as construction and demolition waste too. West End Salvage, Lancaster, and Wolf Construction. Todd Wolf and his crew are reputable for top quality full service construction. Put Wolf Construction to the task on your next project. Wolf Construction LLC, Lancaster. Well, nice timing for that one.
Yeah.
Almost like it was planned.
190 pounds from Lancaster, Gabe Wagner versus Iowa Grand Highlands and Adam Poppy.
All right, we move to the 190-pound weight class. It's going to be Gabe Wagner for the Flying Arrows, wrestling against Adam Poppy. Wagner had a nice weekend wrestling in the state JV tournament where he ended up 3rd overall. I believe he had 4 pins and then was decisioned in the match that he got beat. And into a half Nelson series. Wagner adjusts and he'll come up with a fall in 39 seconds.
Impressive. Butter Brothers Creamery in Boscobel, proud sponsor of high school wrestling on 97.7 Country, WGLR, and TriStar Pallets of Highland and TriStar Mulch of Cobb and Platteville. They want you to beautify your home with decorative colored mulch. Give Jim Drury and the gang a call at TriStar Pallets of Highland and TriStar Mulch of Cobb and Platteville. Hazy Service and Towing of Montfort is your trusted friend for service and towing.
Aiden Spurgeon versus Iowa Grand Highlands, Sam Bebo.
And now the 192 15-pound weight class is going to be Aiden Spurgeon for the Flying Arrows, wrestling against Sam Biba for Iowa Grand Highland. Spurgeon pummels in and Biba tries to throw. Spurgeon, not able to take advantage of that. Well, he did, I guess. He got the 3 takedown very quickly awarded to him. And Biba with a quick reversal.
Having just a blink of an eye.
Biba with tight waist on Spurgeon. Spurgeon working at the 9 o'clock position on the mat as we face it, near the Lancaster bench. Under a minute, first period. Spurgeon holds a 3-2 lead. And nearing the out of bounds. Biba with his 1 foot in yet. And now they'll go out with 33 seconds remaining. First period.
Applied Micro is your computer networking specialist in Platteville, Dodgeville, and appliedmicro.biz. It's interesting, it's on the scoreboard, they don't have the weight. It's almost like they don't have the numbers on this style of scoreboard.
Yeah, you're right.
I know a lot of them would put the player and foul, would kind of use those as your guide, I guess you could say.
Yeah, maybe they'll do that for the varsity wrestling. I don't know. All right, trying to hook up a cradle now is Sam Biba. He's got the cradle hooked up and trying to bring over Spurgeon to near fall criteria. Has done that, and I think it's just going to be a two near fall.
Saved by the bell or hindered by the bell, depending on which side you look at it.
Yeah, so 4-3 now as we go into the second period here in this varsity reserve 215-pound match.
Right now it's Lancaster versus Iowa Grande Highland. Part of our triangular this evening from Boscobel High School. On 97.7 Country, WGLR FM, Lancaster, Dubuque, Galena, and Platteville, a Queen Bee radio station. Chuck Rasmussen, I'm John Satterley. Thank you for joining us for high school wrestling.
Oh. There's going to be one escape given to Biba here. Making the score at 5-3. Over and under. Now dropping down to a single leg is Biba. Switching to a double. Spurgeon reaches back and is not able to throw, and he'll get taken down. Making the match score 8-3. Minute and 25 on the clock, second period.
Right on the edge of the circle, nearing the 1 minute mark in the second period.
Getting a little bit high now is Biba, but he does have his hands locked in a cradle position on Spurgeon.
Iowa Grande Highland, they are labeled as the home team on the scoreboard here this evening in Boscobel, part of this triangular.
Biba's locked up the cradle, putting the knee in the side, head in the temple. Spurgeon trying to break the hands. Still has a half a minute to go, the second period. He's able to break the hands, back over to his base. There's a 4 near fall.
15 seconds, a short time.
(12-3) is the match score.
Now it looks like we will go to a third period.
And we will.
By the way, just announced we go on our shoebox scoreboard, presented to you by the Shoebox in Black Earth, the Midwest, or the largest independent shoe store in the Midwest. Wisconsin Badgers football team just released their schedule. September 6th will be versus Notre Dame at Lambeau Field.
Boys and I were up to a Badger game up at Lambeau Field a few years ago. Trying to think who they did play. Was it U.S.?
Alabama?
No, it was one before that.
Okay.
If Alabama and Badgers played up there.
LSU.
LSU, that's right. Good job. Yeah.
I actually did not Google that, believe it or not.
Oh.
No, some of the useless knowledge. Ooh.
There's a throw attempt, and Biba's going to take Spurgeon down to his back. And there will be the fall, and the pin time of 4 minutes, 49 seconds for Sam Biba.
Heads Up Salon, see Sherry, Jenny, Brittany, and Sydney for highlights, colors, cuts, perms, and more. See Grace for nail services, including acrylics and Gel X at Heads Up Salon in Lancaster. And by Hermson's Ace Hardware and Home Center Bloomington and Hermson's Ace Hardware at the bottom of Main in Platteville. See Hermson's for the perfect paint for your next project. Hermson's Ace Hardware in Bloomington and Platteville. Don't forget at the end of the match, during our post-match show presented to you by Tri-State Roofing LLC, we'll have our Most Valuable Wrestler presented to you by Hermson's Ace Hardware and Home Center Bloomington. We'll also have Tricor Turning Point of the match, Scrapper of the match, and of course we'll have our Match of the Meet.
All right, we're going to start the varsity action now, and it's going to be Buzzy Ball receiving a forfeit for the Flying Arrows at 106 pounds. With that forfeit, Buzzy will even his record at 11-11 on this season. Flying Arrows out to a 6-0 lead.
The Belmont Platteville Wrestling Club supports all Belmont Platteville wrestlers.
113 pounds. From Lancaster, John Lindholm versus Iowa Grande Highlands, Griffin Wineski.
All right, to 113 pounds. It's going to be John Lindholm for the Flying Arrows. His opponent is going to be Griffin Wisniewski for Iowa Grande Highland. And Wisniewski will get the first takedown. Wisniewski with a record of 17-9 on the season. He placed second last year in the clash at 106 pounds.
So at 106, there was the forfeit, so 6-0 in favor of
the Flying Arrows.
The Arrows, thank you.
Wisniewski working towards the edge of, and they're out. Yep.
Talk about toe dragging, kind of looking at that, it was like dragging the toe, trying to complete a pass on the sideline.
Yeah, very much the same. All right, Wisniewski hooks in the left leg on the left leg of Lindholm.
Iowa Grand Highland bringing their cheerleaders for wrestling here this evening, what you're hearing.
Lindholm, a junior for the Flying Arrows. Wisniewski, a sophomore. Got that leg hooked in, really trying to put some leverage on. Digs out the right arm of Lindholm. Near fall criteria has been met, and there is the fall. Pin time of 1 minute and 23 seconds for Griffin Wisniewski.
That will knot our team score up at 6 apiece. Wrestling on 97.7 Country, WGLR is presented to you in part by Rural Mutual agents John Ragetz and Deneen Dahl with Ragetz & Dahl Insurance Group, tackling all of your farm, personal, business, and life insurance needs. Call them today at their office in Lancaster.
At 120 pounds coming up. Team score again tied 6-6.
Now wrestling at 120 pounds from Lancaster, Will Crowell versus Iowa Grand Highland, Wyatt Hoffman.
Okay, this would be Trapper Hoffman wrestling for Iowa Grand Highland. He's got a record of 18-7 wrestling against Will Cradwell for the Flying Arrows. Will has a record of 19-5. A little bit of a scramble here. Hoffman trying to get his hips up to get the initial takedown. There it is. Cradwell moving up a weight class.
Sorry, Raz, right at the moment. Having issues with our connection.
Hygienists caring for patients and improving smiles. Our program's small classes and clinical rotations will prepare you to thrive. And the dental assisting program is eligible for Iowa's Last Dollar Scholarship. So if you're an Iowa resident, you could start your career with no college debt. NICC gives you the skills. And local dentists are ready to hire you. Apply today at nicc.edu.
The weather can be unpredictable in the Tri-States. Tune in to 97.7 WGLR and we'll keep you up to date on all cancellations and delays.
There's the fall.
Cancellations and delays
Trapper
are presented
Hoffman,
by
time of
Abercamp
1
Auto
minute
Body.
and
This
5
is
seconds.
Rose from Abercamp Auto Body on Main Street in Platteville.
We
You
had
can
a
rely on us
connection
for
issue
complete and professional auto body repair services.
On
Whether
the
it's
radio
paint,
side,
spring
trying to get
straightening,
that.
glass repair, or
Try and get that corrected.
Abercamp on Main Street in
Well, if you're
Platteville.
watching
Check
us
us
on
out on Facebook and online
our
at
YouTube
abercampautobody.com.
page, everything
Welcome to guided meditation.
looks like it's
Close
still
your
up and
eyes.
running, but we
You're at
lost
the
connection
beach.
with the
The
radio
seagulls are
side.
calling.
Okay.
You take out
So,
your iPhone
trying to get that
16e you got from Cricket and
fixed
use
right
Apple
now, so
Intelligence to clean up
pardon
that
our-
selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your
Pardon
friends
the way we're doing
instantly
this, all of a
thanks to
sudden,
reliable
everything
nationwide
just went.
5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan for service charge and tax to its sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Pre-match 2.
All right, we're wrestling at 126 pounds. Oliver Christensen for Iowa Grant Highland has taken down Lane Hendricks to start this match. Hendricks moving up to the 126-pound weight class. Trailing 3-0 at the minute and 15 mark of the first period. Iowa Grant Highland holds a 12-6 advantage, team score-wise. Hendricks able to come around, and he's going to not be in good position, but he's going to get the escape. So it'll be 3-1 at the minute and 2 mark for the first period. Neutral.
At the 120, there was a pinfall, correct?
Yes, in a minute and 5 seconds for Trapper Hoffman.
Yep, that was one thing we did miss with our technical difficulties.
All right. Christensen with the takedown, and now we're going to do a bar series against Hendricks. And there is the fall, time of 1:31 for Oliver Christensen.
Iowa Grant Highland impressive here early on with the lighter weight classes. We're broadcasting from the Ayers Furniture Best Seat in the House broadcast booth with Ayers Furniture in downtown Ridgeway for free delivery on heirloom quality furniture for every room in your home. For what's sure to be the best seat in your house, be sure to visit Ayers Furniture at ayersfurniture.com. It's always worth the trip. Our colors of the match are presented to you by Cuba City, Kieler, and Darlington Family Dental.
All right, to 132 pounds, it's going to be Ronnie Raggets for Lancaster wrestling against Breda Vaca for Iowa Grant Highland. Both men are sophomores. Raggets in on a double leg. He turn the corner and move up the body. He's going to be able to do that. Raggets will get the first takedown. Raggets off to the side, likes to work with that cradle. Got a near side. The head and the ribs. Ronnie getting a little bit high. There you go. Still trying to work with that cradle is Ronnie Raggets, leading 3-0 at the minute 25 mark of the first period. Now with this pin, time of 39 seconds for Ronnie Raggets.
Impressive for the young man from Lancaster. Team score is now Iowa Grant Highland 18, Lancaster 12. As tonight's match is being brought to you in part by Rural Mutual Agents John Raggets and Deneen Dahl with Raggets & Dahl Insurance Group, tackling all of your farm, personal, business, and life insurance needs. Call them today at their office in Lancaster.
We're going to move to the 138-pound weight class, and as John said, the Flying Arrows trail 18-12 to the Panthers. It's going to be John Muldoon.
Now wrestling at 138 pounds from Lancaster, John Muldoon versus Iowa Grant Highlands, Alexis Gaten Gonzalez.
And John Muldoon's opponent is going to be Alexis Gaten Gonzalez, a senior for Iowa Grant Highland.
And Gaten Gonzalez in the program is listed at 132, so he is actually wrestling up. Did I see that correct?
All right, Gonzalez with a takedown. Trying to work with the cradle now on Muldoon. Muldoon, a junior for the Flying Arrows. And there's the armbar. Going too aggressively is Gonzalez, and it's going to be a reversal here for Muldoon, making the match score at 3-2 at the 1 minute mark of the first period. Muldoon close to a stalemate, I'm going to guess. There we go. Good guess.
I was just about to say Nostradamus. You saw that one coming from a mile away. That's why he's the best. Chuck Rasmussen.
Yeah. Gonzalez working to get his headgear back on correctly. Again, Altman not in the lineup tonight for Iowa Grant Highland. We started in the 106-pound weight class We're through 5. It's 18-12. Iowa Grand Highland. Muldoon trying to work with a cross-face chest crusher. Gonzalez grabs the hand. Muldoon tight weight. And Gonzalez is going to be probably warned for stalling here real quick.
Very tight first period between these two. Muldoon and Gaten Gonzalez.
Muldoon hooks the right leg on the left leg of Gonzalez, and Gonzalez able to free that leg and come up, and he's going to get the escape.
Quick time here. Looks like it was blood time, or if it was equipment malfunction.
Yeah, equipment, I believe.
Yep, the official making sure.
And the end of the first period, Gonzalez leading 4-2.
Russell offices in Platteville, Dodgeville, Cuba City, and Darlington. Bryan's Auto Body and Paint Specialist. The pros at Bryan's get the job done right. For unexpected dings or major repair projects, head to Bryan's Auto Body and Paint, Lancaster. I'd also like to say thank you to Breckler Insurance Group for all of your insurance needs. See Steve Landowski at Breckler Insurance Fenimore. Breckler Insurance, serving Southwest Wisconsin for over 95 years. WCC Brands Custom Apparel and Kieler at WCC-brands.com. And Cole Acres Golf and Grill in Cuba City and ColeAcresGolfandGrill.com. I don't know if it was just me, but walking outside today, it almost felt like a heat wave. You almost didn't have to have that extra layer.
You're down to 5 layers.
Right, exactly, instead of, completely bundled up. Coming up here on 97.7 Country, WGLR. Again, this is a triangular this evening from Boscobel High School. Boscobel, Wazeeka Steuben hosting Iowa Grand Highland and the Lancaster Flying Arrows. What do we have for our schedule after this matchup between Iowa Grand Highland and Lancaster? Who do we have next?
I believe it's Boscobel and Iowa Grand, I believe.
Okay.
There'll be a couple exhibition matches too.
Right.
Gonzalez chooses the down position and quickly will get the 2 reversal. And then I think he's going to give up a penalty point for locked hands. So
nothing confusing
6-3. I got it 6-3. Well, maybe not. Oh, no. Well, the way the scorekeeper's got it, it's 7-2 instead of 6-3.
And that makes a difference.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Changes the strategy.
And hooking in both legs now is Gonzalez on Muldoon.
Strength of Muldoon.
Yeah, tries to stretch him out. Does Muldoon back up to his base.
Gonzalez trying to keep Muldoon down right now.
Yeah, doing a good job of doing that too. So
not allowing him to do anything other than just struggle to stay on his front.
Yep. And he's going to get called for stalling, Gonzalez.
At the 1 minute mark in the second period, 7-2 in favor of Alexis Gaten Gonzalez.
Up to his feet is Muldoon. Muldoon working the hands, and he'll get the cut through and the escape. Seven to 3.
Sometimes I wonder when you're coaching, if you can always hear the coaches over the crowd, even though they get into it. Almost seems like, being a coach, you almost have to have that that voice just to keep going.
Yeah. Well, and as an athlete, you've got to be able to recognize that voice too. I think Tyson will coming over to the table to square up the scoring.
Mm-hmm. I think it's probably exactly what you called. Yep.
So it's now 7-4.
Yeah, that changes the strategy.
Mm-hmm.
While they're discussing what the score is, I'd like to remind you that Cunis, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram of Platteville powers our audio stream of this evening's broadcast. The Cunis Service Department cares for all makes and models and is open Monday through Saturday. Head to Cunis in Platteville. Also, Century 21 affiliated here in Boscobel. See Bobby, Joe, Hans, Allison, and Richard for all of your real estate needs. Century 21, Boscobel.
All right, so it's 6-4 now on the board. Neutral, Muldoon, and Gonzalez. Muldoon looking to try to snap down. But the snap down needs to spin yet. Still 20 seconds to go in this first period. Gonzalez head inside double. Muldoon sprawling, trying to get around. Putting the head down. But, he's going to probably end up going out of bounds here. Yeah, he will. That's the only way that he could score was to go out of bounds. And so it's 2 seconds left. They'll go back to the center. Match score at 6-4. Muldoon trailing. All right, let's see what Coach Wolf has asked Muldoon to take the down position. Start this third period.
Burnham Lumber of Rui. See Burnham Lumber for all of your agricultural, commercial, and residential projects. Burnham Lumber, Rui.
Gonzalez hooks in his leg on the right leg of Muldoon. Gets a little bit high. Muldoon's going to get the reversal. He's got Gonzalez in near fall criteria. Now trying to tighten things up is Muldoon. Close, and there is a pin for John Muldoon. The time of 4 minutes, 24 seconds. Big win for the Flying Arrows.
Impressive. Sloan Implement, your official John Deere dealer in Bloomington, Cuba City, Montfort, and at sloans.com. Bouse Electric, call Brad Adrian, Josh Busher at Bouse Electric, Lancaster, and Fenimore. People's State Bank for personal, home, business, and ag loans. Visit one of the convenient area locations, or you can visit peoplesfinancial.com. Remember FDIC.
44 pounds from Lancaster, Steele Nelson versus Isle Grant Highlands, Max Kelly.
All right, at 144 pounds, it's going to be Steele Nelson for the Flying Arrows, a freshman, record of 1-7. His opponent is Max Kelly. He's a junior for Iowa Grand Highland. Max with a record of 10-11. Kelly takes a shot, goes from a double to a single. A whizzer being applied by Nelson. Now he's going to let go of the whizzer, and Kelly will get the first takedown. 18-18 is our match score. We're in the 144-pound weight class. We started at 106. At 106, Buzzy Ball was able to collect a forfeit for the Flying Arrows. And then Iowa Grant Highland came back with 3 pins in the first period. Griffin Wisniewski, Trapper Hoffman, and Oliver Christensen, all with first period pins to put Iowa Grant Highland up by a score of 18-6. Ronnie Raggets, a first period pin. Oh, steal.
Right there on the edge of the circle.
Kelly trying to hook up an armbar series next to the Iowa Grant cheerleaders. Kelly got the armbar and able to turn Nelson, and it looks pretty tight from here. Half a minute remaining, and that will be the pin time. Actually, at 1:29 for Max Kelly.
Very impressive showing by Mr. Kelly. Wrestling on 97.7 Country, WGLR, proudly presented to you by Gary's Pest Control in Dickeyville. As Gary's Pest Control salutes our local athletes, Gary's Pest Control with over 40 years of professional, friendly service. Our Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel live and archive coverage is powered by H&N Plumbing, Heating and Electrical, Lely Center, Monroe.
Highlands, Colton Williams.
All right, to the 150-pound weight class will be Brian Best for the Flying Arrows. Best is a junior wrestling against Colton Williams, a sophomore from Iowa Grand Highland. Williams with a record of 15-16.
But they've been impressive this evening, Raz, is that all of the points scored has been via pinfall.
Yep, except for that first forfeit.
Except for the first forfeit, yeah.
Yeah. All right, Williams trying to hook up a cradle on Best, and rolls through over his shoulders, and he's going to be able to get Best into criteria. And close to a pin again, Colton Williams. And it will be a fall in 52 seconds.
Once again, another pinfall here registered this evening in this triangular between Lancaster, Iowa Grant Highland, and Boscobel. This is right now Lancaster versus Iowa Grant Highland. And your team score is 30-18 in favor of Iowa Grant Highland.
And we're moving to the 157-pound weight class. Will be Trayton McClymans, a junior for the Flying Arrows.
Now wrestling at 157 pounds from Lancaster, Trayton McClymans versus Iowa Grant Highlands, Briar Jelinek.
And McClymans with a record of 18-8. His opponent is Briar Jelinek. He is a senior for Iowa Grand Highland with a record of 17-11. McClymans trying to get the leg free and get the takedown here. Kind of a strange position right now. Okay, good call by the official.
Potentially dangerous.
Yep, good call.
That looked awkward.
I can't even come close to stretching like that.
No. I think I strained a muscle just thinking of my body doing that.
Yeah. There's a double leg shot here by McClymans. Not successful yet. Now in with another hook is Jelinek. McClymans, a junior with a record of 18-8. Oh, McClymans is able to get in a good position here, and he's going to get the throw and back points on Jelinek. A lot of season left, but McClymans has shown himself very well this year. Tightened things up is McClymans, and he'll come up with a fall in 1 minute and 8 seconds for the Flying Arrows.
Impressive. Wrestling on 97.7 Country WGLR, presented to you in part by McNett Electric of Belmont. They can assist you with all of your electrical needs. Whatever the need, agricultural, commercial, or residential, Chip and his crew at McNett Electric are on call and ready to help you. McNett Electric, Belmont. Community First Bank, for you and the communities where you live, work, and play. Experience for yourself the difference at Community First Bank. CFBank.com, member FDIC. And Wolf LNG Farms of Lancaster. Wolf LNG Farms reminds you to support your local pork producer.
All right, we move to the 165-pound weight class. It's going to be Braden Lenz, a junior for the Flying Arrows. He's got a nice record at 19-6. He's wrestling against Jackson Bussey, a senior for Iowa Grand Highland. He has a record of 18-2. Bussey, state ranked number 1, returning state champion. Placed second in the class last year in this 165-pound weight class. He is a good one. He is a good one. First takedown to Bussey. Trying to dig out the left arm of Lenz. Lenz able to get it back. Now coming around to the side is Bussey. He's going to hook in the right leg on the right leg of Lenz. Trying to get a turn from there.
He is also one of only 3 seniors on this Iowa Grand Highland roster.
Yeah, I think, trying to think what the Flying Arrows have.
I can count them.
I think there's either 3 or 4.
3.
Okay.
Brady McCartney,
yeah.
Nolan Hankey, and Brady Longer.
Okay.
According to the roster.
Yeah, that would be correct, I believe. They had one other one, but he has left the team.
Okay.
So 2 teams to not only this year reckon with, but next year, I believe, too. So
yeah, and the amount of freshmen that are on both squads as well, it's impressive, showing how healthy the program is.
Yeah, well, and Iowa Grant, they graduated a heck of a crew last year. I think 13.
Okay.
So they've got very, very good numbers, too. The Flying Arrows have good numbers, too. They have I'm going to say close to 30 again on their roster this year. Bussey in the top position as they come back and get reset. 28 seconds remaining, first period. Bussey hook. I mean, look at the power in Bussey's legs, too.
Unreal. I mean, just the really good athletes that you can tell they are good. They put in the work. And there are some that are just next level, and there's no other way to put it.
Yeah. And there's a good job by Lenz.
That was impressive.
That was a roll through there after Bussey had hooked in the leg. All right, second period, 3-0 is the match score. Bussey in the down position. And officials talking to Mr. Lenz about starting position. I don't think he cautioned him. Maybe he did give a caution. But up to his feet is Bussey. He'll get the escape in about 4 seconds. Now leading 4-0.
As we're seeing so far, this may be a candidate for match of the meet. Presented to you by Wolf Grantland Graphics. I think we can probably do one for each portion of the triangular. I put an extra spotlight on a couple of these young men and young women.
There's another takedown by Bussey, making the score at 7-0 at the minute and 11 mark of the second period.
And you said Bussey's record was what?
All right, he's 20. Let me look and see here. 18-2. But placed second last year in the Clash at 165 pounds and was state champion, currently ranked #1 in the state, Division III. Him along with Brock Hinderman, who will be the next wrestler for Iowa Grant Highland, both ranked #1. Ooh, Lynn's.
Oh.
Yeah.
He got twisted back.
Yeah, kind of turned the wrong way there. And near fall criteria has been met. Close to coming up with the fall is Jackson Bussey, but good job by Lenz getting back over to his base. He's going to give up the 4 near fall.
But he's still going.
He's still going, yep. Anything less than a pin, in my guesstimation, would be a kind of a win for the Flying Arrows.
Right.
And let's see if this is going to be a 4 near fall.
Nope.
Yeah, 4 near fall, that's a tech fall.
A little extracurricular after.
I didn't see what happened there.
It looked like there's a little extracurricular. Not sure what was said, but something was said that drew the ire of looks like a Jackson Bussey. Not sure.
Yeah, it was a point taken away now from Lancaster. So we went from 30 to 24. Tech fall makes it 35, and the minus point makes it 35-23.
So if you get a point taken away on the team score, how does that go? How does that go down in the book? Because that's something you don't really see much of.
No, just minus a team point. Yeah.
So it doesn't go against anybody.
It goes against the team, but it will, definitely that is a point against Lenz.
175.
All right, this is Jackson Seipel for the Flying Arrows, a junior with a record of 26-6. He's wrestling against Brock Hinderman. Hinterman also a junior with a record of 23-3. Hinterman was a state qualifier last year. Currently ranked number 1 in the state.
Near the edge there, right in front of the cheerleaders. They're still cheering, and it almost looks like one of the young men could actually go thrown right into him.
Yeah, nice scramble over there by both wrestlers.
Mm-hmm. There's your up close and personal. It's literally right there.
Two very good athletes here.
Absolutely.
In this 175-pound weight class. Again, Jackson Seipel for the Flying Arrows. Brock Hinderman for Iowa Grant Highland.
How's the saying go? Iron sharpens iron.
Yeah.
You know, you get two really good athletes that that are highly skilled going against each other. All you can do is get better.
Mm-hmm. As a takedown for Hinderman, you say the iron sharpens iron. There's a young fella down here. There's a cradle now being applied by Hinderman on Seipel. Says, as iron sharpens iron, one man shapes another.
Mm-hmm.
We got the score table down here.
We're back to the middle of the circle with 25 seconds to go in this first period.
Yeah, Hinderman working left arm around, now right arm around the waist on Seipel.
You know, when you go, you saved a point, but then, unfortunately, because of for the extracurricular.
Yeah. All right, we'll go to the second period. 7-0.
Joe's Overhead Doors and Seamless Gutters, which is Belmont Platteville Wrestling Club, a successful season. Joe's Overhead Doors and Seamless Gutters, Belmont. And Bill's Plumbing and Heating in Platteville, the area's leading plumbing and HVAC specialist for new installation or service. Check them out on Facebook or online, billsplumbingandheatingwi.com.
Another tilt on Seipel, and criteria has been met again. I believe 2 near fall will be given to Hinderman, making the match score now 9-0 at the minute and 40 mark of the second period. Seipel up to his feet. Nice mat return by Hinderman.
When you're wrestling and you know you can get somebody via pinfall, does it frustrate you that if you get a tech fall and you're not able to get that extra point?
Sometimes it does, yes. Yeah. But pinning combination again by Hinderman, and there will be the pin. Time of 2 minutes and 51 seconds for Brock Hinderman.
Southwest Health has over 24 specialty services and more than 50 specialists, so you can have specialized care without traveling far from home. Learn more about their specialty services at southwesthealth.org. Rundy Plumbing and Heating Belmont for all of your agricultural, commercial, and residential needs. Call Rundy Plumbing and Heating Belmont and Claire Bank with their 8 convenient locations in Southwest Wisconsin, where they say, we could do that. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
All right, we'll move to the 190-pound weight
now
class.
wrestling at 190 pounds from Lancaster, Hilton Hankey versus Iowa Grant Highlands, Cole Schultz.
Okay, there's a switch in the lineup for Iowa Grant. It's Nolan Hankey for the Flying Arrows. A quick takedown for Hankey. And it's Cole Schultz for Iowa Grant Highland. Hankey at 28-5. I do not have a record for Schultz.
Okay.
Ty Cutt's not in the, well, he might be wrestling up the weight class tonight.
Mm-hmm. With only 2 more matches in this.
Yeah.
2 more weight classes, correct? 215 and 289,
yeah.
Or 285, excuse me.
Yep.
And 4 points given.
Near fall for Hankey. Leg hooked in, near fall criteria met. near fall. 11-0 Hankey. In this one, that Hankey would tell you that he should be able to come up with a pin.
Okay.
There, and we talked about that just a little bit too. There's certain guys that just harder than all get out to pin.
Yeah.
I mean, I look back at way back when I was coaching. Craig Knapp was one that was just had the ability to not get turned or to not get pinned. I look back the female coach, Lizzie Austin, for the Flying Arrows. She was extremely difficult to pin. All right, we go to the second period, 11-1 Hankey. Hankey will be in the down position to start this period.
And also, too, something I just noticed there is 11-1, allowing an escape so that way that another near fall does not go to tech fall. Now you can get 4 points and not have a tech fall and still have another opportunity.
Yeah.
And say, well, if you give up a point, say, why would you want to give up a point? There's a perfect example.
Ooh.
Whoa, what a throw.
There's a throw by Hankey, and he's got Schoaf on his back, close to coming up with a pin. And there's a fall for Nolan Hankey in the time of 2 minutes and 32 seconds.
Wrestling on 97.7 Country WGLR, presented to you in part by Wolf's Grantland Graphics, a block off the square in Lancaster. Wolf's offers full-service copying and printing, available in wide formats for banners, posters, canvas prints, and much more. Wolf's Grantland Graphics of Lancaster at Laley Center, Monroe. Call your local dairy automation specialist, Jordan Wilson, at Laley Center, Monroe.
Going to move to the 215-pound weight class.
Now wrestling at 215 pounds from Lancaster, Troy Ricketts versus Iowa Grand Highlands, Ty Cutts.
And it'll be Ty Cutts moving up for Iowa Grand Highland. Raggets take down in about 4 seconds. Raggets with a record of 25-5. He is a sophomore. Cutts record of 12-10, I believe.
Okay. Above 500.
Raggets tight waist, arm chop. Now gets a little bit high. Cutts looks to reverse. Raggets hits him with another reversal. Now gets a little bit high again. This time it's going to be a reversal for Cutts.
Ow.
Oh, nice takedown here off the escape by Raggets.
The agility of both these young men, too.
Yeah, another set of very good athletes. 7-2 is the match score. We're just under a minute showing on the clock in the first period. Raggets off to the left hand, arm bar, trying to tuck the right wrist underneath and stepping forward, and it's going to get stopped, potentially dangerous.
(7-2) with 50 seconds to go here in the first period in favor of Toy Raggets.
It was kind of a bar stack attempt by Raggets. A little bit out of position. Raggets now in good position. Trying to dig out that left arm bar again. 15 seconds remaining, first period. Raggets up by a score of 7-2. Got the bar, trying to walk it forward, just 6 seconds. Met near fall criteria. Can he get the pin? No, but he will get 4 near fall.
We're broadcasting from the Ayers Furniture Best Seat in the House. Be sure to visit Ayers Furniture and AyersFurniture.com.
11-2. neutral. Raggets pummels in. Decides to get a new start again. Left hand underhook. Cuts all the way out of bounds.
No, almost into the cheerleaders. I think one thing that could be said as well is kind of, you have to look at the cheerleaders too, because they've got no fear. They're sitting right there, literally in harm's way.
Yeah.
You know, one throw and, they're catching a wrestler instead of cheering for him.
Well, hand fighting going on now between Cuts and Raggets. Raggets now with the collar tie with the right hand. Two underhooks by Raggets, and they step out and come back to the center. Minute and 14, second period. Raggets up by a score of 11-2.
Just a reminder, if you're listening on 97.7 Country WGLR, you can also watch it on our Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel, powered by H&N Plumbing and Heating and Electrical, and lately Center Monroe.
Raggets a whizzer. Standing, and there's a throw attempt. Didn't quite have things tight enough there for that throw, but out of bounds. They'll come back to the center with 53 seconds remaining, second period. Raggets pummels in again, now two underhooks. Decides to go and let one go. Not sure why that was called out, but doesn't matter. Back to the center we go. The double leg shot by Raggets. Now moves up around the waist, and he's going to drive through. He's going to get the takedown, and still working with a pinning combination is Raggets, leading 14-2.
Nice job by Cuts there to really quickly get to his belly.
Raggets off to the side, head and ribs cradle, near side cradle, now going to a
something's being said.
Well, I think the official just miscounted there, and he thought it was a tech fall, so he stopped the match. So it's 16-2.
And right there in a potential pinning situation.
So give him the escape, and Raggets is going to go for a toss, something right to the back. End of the second period, 16-3.
Wrestling on 97.7 Country WGLR, brought to you in part by Moen's Milk Service of Montfort. Moen's has been hauling quality milk with quality service in Grant and Iowa County since 1974. When you want quality, it comes from Moen's Milk Service, Montfort. Period number 3.
Raggets trying to bring back that arm bar again on the left-hand side of Cuts.
Raggets realistically only has one more chance for a pin before it's a tech fall.
Yep. He's got it locked up. Now he needs to tuck that far wrist. Trying to get it tucked. Stepping forward yet is Raggets. Stepping again.
Crowd anticipating it.
Good job by Cuts to free that arm. Now Raggets get a little high there. And Cuts is going to get a reversal. Yes, he does. Making the match score 16-5. The escape to Raggets, 17-5.
1 minute in the third period.
Raggets looking to throw. And as he was kind of looking for a throw, Cuts instead got the throw, but out of bounds. There's a good lesson there for Toy Raggets to learn. 17-5.
Cuts just showed that he has the potential of maybe getting a W.
Yeah. Raggets pummeling in, has got the right arm underhook, looking for the far elbow and out of bounds with 35 seconds remaining.
Also, too, mat awareness. That plays a big factor. You know, knowing where you are on the mat if you do need to get out of bounds, or keeping your opponent in the circle. Under 30.
Underhook, left-hand side by Raggets. And on a shot is Raggets. And toes go out of bounds with 15 seconds on the clock. 17-5 Raggets. There's a shot and a throw by Raggets. Takes him right to his back. Raggets close to coming up with the ball, and he will.
Wow.
The pin time of 5 minutes, 55 seconds for Troy Raggets.
That was absolutely impressive from both wrestlers. You had Cuts that was giving everything he had a potential right there on the edge of the mat, and then Raggets just showed exactly what he's capable of there at the very end, getting the pinfall with legitimately 5 seconds left on the clock.
We'll come down to the heavyweight match. 41-35. The Flying Arrows could tie this up, but they will lose because of the
unsportsmanlike.
Oh.
Rural Mutual Agents John Raggets and Denise Dahl with Raggets and Dahl Insurance Group, tackling all of your.
From Lancaster, Brady Lowinger versus Highland Highlands, Tanner Degenhardt.
All right, Brady Lowinger for the Flying Arrows. Record of 14-13 is a senior, wrestling against Blake Schoaf from Iowa Grand Highland. Or no, is this Degenhardt?
Degenhardt.
Okay, thank you.
It is Tanner Degenhardt. Because on the program, he's listed at 215.
Yep, that's where he usually wrestled.
Tonight, 285.
Degenhardt at 17-9. Lowinger at 14-13.
Another exceptional matchup. And we've seen just an exceptional match this evening. Playing at the edge of the circle in front of the cheerleaders.
There's a takedown for Degenhardt.
Right there on the edge. I'm going to go out of play. Rural Mutual Agents John Raggets and Denise Dahl. Raggets and Dahl Insurance Group tackles all of your farm, personal, business, and life insurance needs. Call them today at their office in Lancaster. Make sure you thank all of our sponsors when you get a chance to for helping us bring you coverage of local high school sports on 97.7 Country WGLR and our Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. Final match of this meet. It has been a thriller. 41-35. Iowa Grand Highland leading Lancaster.
Degenhardt with a good left arm around the waist, trying to keep Lowinger down. Lowinger will get the escape. 20 seconds remaining, first period. 3-1 is the match score. Degenhardt, good kick out by Lowinger. Last couple seconds of this first period. And we'll go to the second. 3-1 Degenhardt.
Shoebox scoreboard update. In girls basketball, Cuba City leading Southwestern 38-22. And in boys basketball, Platteville leading Shullsburg 47-15. It's our Shoebox scoreboard presented by the Shoebox in Black Earth.
Set to start the second period.
Ball start. Easy enough to do.
Yep. I don't mind an anticipation sometimes. Lowinger working on the top. Now tries to come out to this side to cradle. Instead, he'll just give the escape to Degenhardt. Degenhardt looking to snap down, go to a headlock. Instead, drops to a single. And he'll get the takedown. Degenhardt leads 7-1. Trying to come up with the cradle himself. He's got the cradle locked up and a little bit high. And Lawinger will get the escape. 7-2.
Crowd's alive for this one.
Oh, nice double leg shot there by Degenhardt.
Kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah, and Lawinger just looked like he lost his footing there for a second. He'll get taken down 10-2.
Don't forget, we will have your match of the meet coming your way at the conclusion of this match, presented by Wolf's Grantland Graphics. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was one of those that you don't put your arm over there. Lawinger's going to get caught. Degenhardt close to coming up with a fall. He still has 22 seconds remaining in the second period. Good job by Lawinger to get back to his base.
Yeah.
Before a near fall.
Able to stay alive.
14-2.
We'll go to a third period. Hazy Service and Towing of Montfort is your trusted friend for service and towing. Hazy Service and Towing Montfort, better equipped to better serve you. 14-2, we are in the third period of the 285 weight class. Brady Lawinger versus Tanner Degenhardt.
Lawinger working in the top position. And good job by Degenhardt. Lawinger got a little bit out of position, and Degenhardt's going to get the reversal, making it 16-2.
Oh.
And he's going to get a tech fall if he doesn't get the pin. Tanner Degenhardt trying to lower the shoulders, and there will be the fall. Time of 4 minutes, 22 seconds for Tanner Degenhardt.
Impressive showing.
Match score 47-35, Iowa Grant over Lancaster.
I think we'll take ourselves a quick timeout here, Raz, and we'll get a quick little post-match between our two matches here on 97.7 Country WGLR and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel.
At Amplify Health, we think the best way to care for someone is to care about them. Welcome to healthcare that's all about caring. Amplify Health by Gunderson. A little empathy changes everything.
The Gifted Hands Thrift Store in Galena offers low-cost clothing and household goods to the public. Shop local and support individuals with disabilities served by the Galena Workshop. The thrift store provides paying jobs to many individuals and is a stepping stone for some to get a job in the community. Donated items are accepted at the workshop on Southwest Street in Galena, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. till 3 p.m., except holidays. Gifted Hands Thrift Store at the Galena Workshop is open Tuesday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Saturdays 9 till 1.
Pre-match 3.
97.7 Country WGLR and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. Final 47-35, Iowa Grand Highland over Lancaster. And Raz, I think, let's go with the Wolf's Grantland Graphics, a block off the square in Lancaster for the match of the meet. I'm voting the 215, Ty Cuts versus Toy Regates.
All right, and just for people watching here too, we have a match going on female-wise, and it's going to be Amelia Johnson for the Flying Arrows. And I'm guessing that this is Chris Crow.
Okay.
For Iowa Grand Highland. 215 would be a good one. I'm also going to put in there, Matt, you're looking for match of the meet?
Yeah.
I'm also going to nominate John Muldoon at 138 pounds in that match. that he was trailing 6-4, came back, got a reversal in the third period, and a pin in 4:24. So I think we got two good nominees.
And you can say with all the pinfalls too, it was a very balanced match. You know, you had those pinfalls didn't come easy.
No.
You know, it was both teams were going at it. Yep. And unfortunately, you know, we did see a -1 for the 165 weight class. You know, but there again, you know, you're out there in combat. You know, with this, and you know, you're going to have those moments where, you know, your emotions get the best of you.
Amelia Johnson, a nice takedown right to the back, and she's going to come up with a pin in 1 minute and 8 seconds for the Flying Arrow ladies.
So our match of the meet, presented to you by Wolf's Grantland Graphics, a block off the square in Lancaster. Wolf's offers full-service copying and printing, available in wide formats for banners, posters, canvas, prints, and much more. Wolf's Grantland Graphics of Lancaster. Century 21 affiliated in Boscobel. See Bobby Joe, Hans, Allison, or Richard for all of your real estate needs. Century 21 right here in Boscobel. If you're just tuning in, it's WGLR FM Lancaster, Dubuque, Galena, Platteville, a Queen Bee radio station.
145, Brooklyn Hankey from Lancaster versus Maria Schaefer of Highland.
All right, now wrestling on the mat is going to be Brooklyn Hankey for the Flying Arrows. She's wrestling against Maria Schaefer for Iowa Grand Highland. Pummeling in, looking for a body lock is Hankey. She's going to just drop the head and pop out the side and going to get the takedown. Two more dual meets coming up.
I'm going to guess Boscobel, Wazeeka, Steuben are going to be in both the last two.
Yeah.
See, that's about as good as I can get when it comes to predicting.
Yeah, you're good. Well, it's 7 o'clock. 7:02 is what I've got on phone.
Time can definitely get away from you, too, when you just get zoned in and locked in.
And Hankey close to coming up with a fall, and she will get the fall in 1 minute and 12 seconds for the Flying Arrows.
Grant Regional Health Center's ortho team, Dr. Brad Binsfeld and Nate Stocco, PAC, provide exceptional care for sports-related injuries. Grant Regional Health Center, better health starts here. And the Belmont Platteville Wrestling Club supports all Belmont Platteville wrestlers during competition. High school athletics offers opportunities for sportsmanship, leadership, and personal growth. Platteville Wrestling Club. And it looks like we will have Iowa Grand Highland versus Lancaster. Lancaster with the blue and gold singlets, with Iowa Grand Highland with the red singlet with a white stripe across the middle, midsection, IGH in white.
All right, it's Axel Bailey for the Flying Arrows wrestling against John Moen. Ira Grant out to a cow catcher. Bailey got himself out of position, and a good job by Moen to counter and get the takedown. Moen working on the top of Bailey. There's an arm bar on Bailey's right-hand side. Bailey trying to get up to his base.
High school wrestling on 97.7 Country WGLR, proudly brought to you by Majestic View Dairy of Lancaster. From the farm to your fridge, they produce milk for delicious and nutritious beverages and foods. Learn more at Majestic View Classroom on Facebook.
Bailey with a reversal, making the score 3-2.
Will this still be an exhibition?
This is exhibition, yeah.
Okay.
don't know if there will be any more or not. Yeah, this is exhibition. We'll start the next round at the 113-pound weight class between Boscobel and Iowa Grand Highland.
So here's another novice question for you, Raz. You know, having the weight classes, you know, and shifting it up and starting at different weight classes, what kind of determines that? Instead of always going 106 to start and then going through, or just kind of mixing it up, is there any strategy to it? You know, say we want this, or?
Well, what weight class? Quite a few years ago, it used to always start at 106 pounds.
Right.
And then they went to where it was a draw, and so they'd put the playing cards or whatever they had there too, and usually it was the opposing coach, I believe, that drew a card, and that was the weight class that they started at.
Okay.
Now I believe that if the coaches decide they agree on where they want to start it, be it 106 or wherever, that's what they can do too. So.
Okay.
But
and maybe it could be too if you know there's a premier matchup and you want that one to be your showcase and go last.
That's what I know that they've done in a number of tournaments too. That they want, you know, you got, we'll say the bi-state wrestling tournament, and you've got two returning state champions. That's maybe where you want to finish the wrestling at. 7-2. The match score.
I think that kind of threw me off one time. That we're not starting at this weight class.
Well, and then situations here now. Since they did start the first one at 106, the second match starts at 113, and the third match will start at 120.
Okay.
That's predetermined.
Gotcha.
Moen has got Bailey in some problems right now. Close to coming up with a pin, and there will be a pin for John Moen in the time of 2 minutes and 58 seconds.
And tonight's wrestling is brought to you in part by Moen's Milk Service of Montford. Moen's has been hauling quality milk with quality service in Grant and Iowa County since 1974. When you want quality, it comes from Moen's Milk Service in Montford. Looks like we have another one. Getting everybody out there, I guess.
Yeah, it's good to see them get matches here.
Right. Community First Bank for you and the communities where you live, work, and play. Experience for yourself the difference at Community First Bank. CFbank.com. Member FDIC.
Now wrestling is Ross Wolf from Lancaster. His opponent is Adam Poppy from Iowa Grand Highland. A snap down by Wolf, trying to spin around, and it's going to be a takedown for Wolf. Wolf flattens Poppy down, cross faces fairly aggressively with that right arm. Reaches underneath to go for a chest crusher. Decides to let go of that chest crusher and off to the side, working with a cradle again. Wolf still working with the cradle. He's that head in the ribs. To the side with a half Nelson series is Wolf. He needs to free that leg. Good job by Poppy. Now the leg is free, and burying the half is Wolf. Got 40 seconds remaining in this first period to come up with a pin. Poppy able to keep an elbow or a shoulder up. Wolf readjusts, 15 seconds, and there is the fall for Ross Wolf.
Once again, final on the varsity, 47-35. Iowa Grand Highland gets the team victory over Lancaster. And also, don't forget, too, coming up Saturday, we've got a big day here on 97.7 Country WGLR. The Southwest Clash. Does it feel like it should be that time of year yet?
No, it doesn't. Not to me.
Me either. Yep, so we will be covering that pre-match show scheduled to start at around 8:40 with the first match scheduled for 9 o'clock right here on 97.7 Country WGLR and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel from Richland Center.
Gabe Wagner wrestling now for the Flying Arrows. I'm not sure who the wrestler is for Iowa Grand Highland. But Wagner looking to work with the near side and the ribs cradle. Has got the cradle locked up, but not able to get over to 90 yet. Now he's got the 90 into 45. Criteria. Adjusting there is Gabe Wagner. Has a minute yet. Wagner, as I said, placed third at the state JV tournament last weekend in Wausau. And there's the pin in 1 minute and 16 seconds for Gabe Wagner. I'll wrap some things up here. We saw Olivia Ball get her 100th career victory tonight in this match.
Bar time.
So, yeah.
They turn the lights on, bar time.
yeah. Teams are shaking hands, and we'll have another dual meet coming up here momentarily.
That we will. And tonight's matchups being presented to you by our great sponsors across southwest Wisconsin, including Rundy Plumbing and Heating of Belmont. For all of your agricultural, commercial, and residential needs, call Rundy Plumbing and Heating, Belmont. McNett Electric of Belmont can assist you with all of your electrical needs. Whatever the need, agricultural, commercial, or residential, Chip and his crew at McNett Electric are on call and ready to help you. McNett Electric, Belmont. With Chuck Rasmussen, I'm John Satterley, thanking you for joining us on 97.7 Country, WGLR, and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. You said the next one coming up, Raz, was... Who do you think? Who was what was the next matchup? Excuse me, I'm trying.
Boscobel and Iowa Grant.
Boscobel and Iowa. Boscobel Wazika Steuben versus Iowa Grant Highland.
Yeah.
IGH versus BWS.
BWS. Yeah.
Let's get all the. So those are our three letters that we go by around. You know, IGH, BWS, not IRS.
Yeah.
Yep. So our upcoming schedule, and this Saturday we'll have the Clash. I'll be joining you and Scott. So we'll have basically full coverage.
It's going to be quite a day, a long day. Some excellent wrestling, some tremendous wrestling.
Great traditions.
I did actually some homework on that already. I believe there are 40 or 41, if they all show up, wrestlers that are ranked in the state for the Clash.
41.
It's 40 or 41 if I remember right. I don't have that paperwork with me. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, so you're saying there's good wrestling in this area?
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you just got to chuckle about it, you know, when you look at talent, because you almost get spoiled by it when you see it all the time and not realize how much, not just how good, but how much hard work and effort and great coaching and, you know, just everybody working together just to see everybody get better. And, you know, we get to see it on display, you know, every year. You know, look at the powerhouses. Look at the newer powerhouses that have, you know, they've risen up. So it's been quite interesting.
I'm kind of interested in watching this next match as far as Boscobel. Boscobel has really improved this last year or so. And, I got their dual meet record. I think it's like 9-4 this year.
Okay.
So, I mean, they've got a nice team.
So we've got Iowa Grand Highland versus Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben. Okay, so we've got 4 mascots. You've got the Panthers and Cardinals for Iowa Grand Highland, and you've got the Bulldogs and the Hornets. Where do you know? That's almost kind of, you know, what do you get for a mascot? You know, if you're trying to combine them. You know, you have some interesting ones where you have the Warbirds with Black Hawk Warren. You know, that was creative. I don't know, what would you get with a cross between a Bulldog and a Hornet? I don't know. Well, same thing too with a Panther and a Cardinal. A winged dog? I'm not sure, you know. A cat with wings?
I think Boscobel Wazeeka just came out, making their circles right now. I believe it looks like they got 14 wrestlers there, so they're going to have a full lineup against Iowa Grand Highland.
Also coming up this week, let's see what else we have. We've got a basketball matchup on Thursday, Cuba City at Darlington on Dubuque Super Hits 106. I have to double check my schedule. I think we've got Dodgeville at Lancaster boys right here on 97.7 Country WGLR on Thursday. I will double check that though. I kind of need to know where I'm going to be too. Call it a hunch. Okay, so coming up tomorrow, boys basketball, Scales Mound at Galena. Rob Spangler will have the call on that one on X1071. Men's basketball too, tomorrow, Badgers versus the Golden Gophers. That's on AM 1590 WPVL. So Thursday, Cuba City at Darlington, Dubuque Super Hits 106. I'll have the call on that. Rob Spangler will have the call of Mineral Point at Southwestern on X1071. And then Dodgeville at Lancaster right here on 97.7 Country WGLR as Tyler Dictanis will have the call on that. Friday, here on 97.7 Country WGLR, girls basketball from Barneveld, as the Barneveld Golden Eagles will be hosting the Belmont Braves. I'll have the call on that one. And then Saturday is also another loaded day too, where we've got the Clash from Richland Center, right here on 97.7 Country WGLR. 8:40 a.m. will be the pre-match, 9 o'clock first match. Then basketball in the afternoon, starting on AM 1590 WPVL at 12:30, the Wisconsin Badgers versus the Buckeyes of Ohio State. Then boys basketball at 12:40 with 1 o'clock tip-off on Dubuque Super Hits 106. Dodgeville versus Cuba City. That will be in Platteville. And then following that on X1071, East Dubuque is at Platteville. Estimated start time 2:30. So that's what we have coming up the rest of this week. And of course, right around the corner, Raz, we're going to have regionals.
Wow.
I mean, like I said, you know, we have got the Clash coming up Saturday. And then regionals are 2 weeks away. The 13th.
I believe that.
At 113 from Iowa Grand Highland, Griffin Wadesky versus Boscobel's Ruger Wall. At 120 from Iowa Grand Highland, Trapper Hoffman versus Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben's Nolan Reed Mulligan.
We're going through our starting lineup, presented to you by Fuller's Milker Center.
Oliver Christensen versus Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben's Richardson. At 132, Brady Baca from Iowa Grand Highland versus Boscobel's Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben's Ashton Udelhoven. At 138, from Iowa Grand Highland, Alexis Gaten Gonzalez versus Boscobel's Drew Sanders. At 144, Max Kelly from Iowa Grand Highland versus Boscobel's Wazeeka Steuben's Wyatt Mulligan. At 150, Iowa Grand Highlands, Colton Williams. First Boscobel, Zika Stubens, Harrison Davis. At 157 pounds, from Iowa Grand Highland, Briar Jelenic. First Boscobel, Zika Stubens, Joel Bledder. At 165 pounds, Iowa Grand Highlands, Jackson Bussey. First Boscobel, Zika Stubens, Chance Johnson. At 175 pounds, from Iowa Grand Highlands, Brock Hinderman. First Boscobel's Micah Fritz. At 190 pounds, from Iowa Grand Highland, Ty Cox. First Boscobel's Richard Bryant. At 215 pounds, Iowa Grand Highlands, Tanner Degenhardt. First Boscobel's Zika Stubens, Mason Johnson. And at 285, from Iowa Grand Highland, Blake Shaw. First, Boscobel, Zika Stubens, Ruger Groom.
Those are your starting lineups for Iowa Grand Highland and Boscobel Wazika Steuben, presented to you by Fuller's Milkert Center. See Fuller's complete hygiene line and options for your brand new dairy setup or existing parlor remodel. Fuller's in Lancaster, Richland Center, and at Fuller'sMilkerCenter.com. For Chuck Rasmussen, I'm John Satterley, thanking you for joining us on 97.7 Country, WGLR, and also on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. This is our Grant Regional Health Center People's State Bank coverage of high school sports, presented by Cuba City, Kieler, and Darlington Family Dental, and Carey Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors. Our Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel live and archive coverage is powered by H&N Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical, and Laley Center, Monroe. Any matchups that are kind of intriguing you coming into this one?
What was that?
Is there any match, or excuse me, yeah, is there any match that's coming up that intrigues you that you're looking forward to seeing?
As far as in this dual meet?
Yes, correct.
Oh. To be honest, I've not seen Boscobel Wazika Steuben wrestle this year. Ashton Udelhoven and Braden Vanka, maybe at 132 pounds.
Okay.
This one right here between Ruger Wall and Griffin Wisniewski. Wisniewski with the first takedown.
Is that what this one is, or is this an exhibition?
No,
I'm not seeing many of the Boscobel Wazika Steuben wrestlers up front.
I believe this is Wisniewski and Wall.
Okay.
So maybe check with her.
Yep, I will.
Ruger Wall and Griffin Wisniewski.
Thank you.
All right. 113 pounds, Ruger Wall, I believe.
Yes,
and
sir.
Griffin Wisniewski. Wisniewski up by a score of 5-1. That is correct. That's 45 seconds of the first period. This is the 113-pound weight class.
What a throw.
Wall with a nice toss. There will not be a match in the 106-pound weight class. It's a double forfeit. Wetter did not make weight tonight.
Okay. Well, that's one thing you can plan for on both sides. You know, 6 points are going to, they're not on the board per se, but you're already starting with a 6-point deficit, and you have to wrestle like that.
Right. So the last 9 seconds, and they go out of bounds in this first period. Wisniewski in the down position on the mat, leading 5-4.
This is what I say. They should still have. They should have numbers on singlets.
Yeah, we talked about that last week.
Mm-hmm. You get distracted by something. Oh, look, kitty. You get distracted by something. Go, okay, who's wrestling? Mm-hmm. Especially, you know your own guys and gals.
Yeah.
But for the opponents, like, you're guessing. You could attach a name to one of them, and be just perfectly fine with it.
The tournament, or that match that we went through over in Iowa, MFL Marmac, I really liked the scoring apparatus that they had there on the tripods, if you want to call them, there on the side of the mat where it shows the score on 3 sides.
Yes.
It also had the names of the wrestlers right on that, which would be really nice.
Oh, absolutely.
So, all right, we got stalemate. Come back and get set again at 126.
That would be, if you're not going to have the, numbers, on singlets, I definitely understand and respect that when it comes to the sport. But, if you have a way to put the names up, so that way just keeping everybody informed.
Yeah, I know, like at the state team tournament, well, now at this individual tournament, all the names are up there. Mm-hmm. But, they've got millions of dollars working with
That's true.
Hundreds or thousands, maybe, but
a lot.
Yeah.
More money than we'll probably make.
Yeah. All right, 59 seconds on the clock on the second period. Out of bounds, back to the center. Wisniewski. He'll get set again.
This match is being brought to you in part by Wolf LNG Farms of Lancaster. Wolf LNG Farms reminds you to support your local pork producers.
30 seconds.
Wisniewski with the escape. Match score now at 6-4. .22 seconds. Second period. Snap down attempt by Wall. Short drag attempt here by Wisniewski. And they're going to go out of bounds with 1 second remaining on the clock.
This has been a premier start to this matchup. Not much you can do when there's only one tick on the timer.
No. You almost wish that the clock operator would have
had discretion to just let it go.
Yep. Oh, sorry, got distracted.
No, yeah, right. Sorry, I didn't push the button quick enough. Like, nah. It was just 1 extra second.
Third period, we're going to start neutral.
.64 is the score.
Ruger Wall snapping down. Trying to work with this front headlock.
Yeah, he's trailing by 2, so he could use these points.
Wisniewski up to his feet.
Whoa!
Wall tried to throw, and that was not the good time to do that, as Wisniewski's going to get the takedown. He's going to get back points too. He's only going to get 2 so far, according to the referee. There are 3.
1 minute.
Okay, he's going to get 4. Wisniewski trying to come up with a fall now.
Wall trying to get onto his chest. Wisniewski fighting to try to keep him on his back.
40 seconds remaining.
That went from 6-4 to 13-4 in a eyelash, in a bat of an eyelash.
25 seconds remaining. Wisniewski working in the top position, trying to come up with more back points. got the 9-point lead at 13-4.
Under 10.
And Griffin Wisniewski will give up a point right at the end. There's an escape, but he wins by a score of 13-5, I think. They didn't put it on the board, but the official acknowledged it.
Still a major win for Iowa Grant Highland. No points, it's an extra point. If you look at it from that perspective. Edward Jones, Reeves Wealth Management in Platteville, Utter Brothers Creamery in Boscobel, and Century 21 affiliated right here in Boscobel. See Bobby, Joe, Hans, Allison, or Richard for all of your real estate needs. And Century 21 right here in Boscobel.
All right, 120.
Now wrestling at 120 pounds from Iowa Grant Highland, Wyatt Hoffman versus Boscobel Wazika Steuben's Nolan Reed Mulligan.
All right, this is Nolan Reed Mulligan for Boscobel Wazika Steuben, and he's wrestling against Trapper Hoffman. Hoffman with a quick takedown. Mulligan with a record of 7-10. Hoffman with a record of 18-7. Hoffman trying to bar things up, a right-hand side of Mulligan. Now tucking in the wrist. He's got that bar. Criteria has been met. Hoffman. Tightening things up, still has 1:11. And there is the fall in 52 seconds for Trapper Hoffman. After the 120-pound weight class, Iowa Grant leads 10-0. We go to 126. This is going to be Landon Tracy, I believe.
Now wrestling at 126 pounds from Iowa Grant Highland, Oliver Christensen versus Boscobel Wazika Steuben's Landon Tracy.
Landon Tracy is correct for Boscobel Wazika Steuben. Tracy with a record of 4-9. And he's wrestling against Oliver Christensen. Christensen with a record of 14-10. Christensen already with a takedown. Working off to the side to a cradle is Christensen, and there's the pin in 22 seconds for Oliver Christensen.
That was quick.
Yep, he did a nice job moving some chain wrestling there.
McNett Electric of Belmont can assist you with all of your electrical needs, whatever the need, agricultural, commercial, or residential. Chip and his crew at McNett Electric are on call and ready to help you. McNett Electric, Belmont. And Claire Bank with their 8 convenient locations in southwest Wisconsin where they say, we can do that. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
To the 132-pound weight class.
Now wrestling at 132 pounds from Iowa Grant Highland, Braden Vaca versus Boscobel Wazika Steuben's Ashton Udelhoven.
The Ashton Udelhoven for Boscobel Wazika student. He's a junior with a record of 23-8. Pummeling in. Against Braden Vaca. He's a sophomore for Iowa Grant Highland. Udelhoven ranked number 10 in the state in the 132-pound weight class. Placed 4th last year at the Clash. I'd like to thank Lance Wetter for the information on the Boscobel Wazika student program. And also for Gary Allen for the information from Iowa Grant Highland and Wetter. Or Udelhoven, close to coming up with the fall, and he will get the fall at 52 seconds.
And the graphics on the video board here too, pretty neat. And the flashing lights.
A nice video board. What would you say the size of that is? About 8 by 15?
Yeah, probably 8 by 15. It's close to that. It is definitely bigger than any scoreboard you would see.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because if you look at the scoreboard, it's almost double of the, I wouldn't say a regular scoreboard, but like the scoreboard, say, at Cuba City. You know, if you've seen those.
Alexis Gaten Gonzalez versus Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben's Drew Sanders.
All right, 138 pounds, Drew Sanders for Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben.
What seems to be rare, a senior versus a senior.
Yeah, it is. And it's Alexis Gonzalez for Iowa Grand Highland.
Kind of wonder over the years what rivalries, you know, build. And, you know, sometimes there's some that happen just organically or one that happens just because of the teams you're on. Wow.
There's the fall for Sander, 29 seconds.
Quick. The senior from Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben. Century 21 affiliated right here in Boscobel. See Bobby Joe, Hans, Allison, or Richard for all of your real estate needs at Century 21 in Boscobel. And visit AnytimeRoofingWI.com to see how Anytime Roofing can help with your next roofing or siding project. And the Melby Funeral Home.
Iowa Grand Highlands, Max Kelly receive a point there.
All right, and you heard it, at 144 pounds, Max Kelly from Iowa Grand Highland will receive a forfeit.
The Melby Funeral Home and Crematory of Platteville offers a history of caring and understands that each family is unique and will honor personal requests and tradition. Matt and Laura Melby at the Melby Funeral Home and Crematory, Platteville.
And next
now wrestling at 150 pounds from Iowa Grand Highland, Colton Williams versus Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben's Harrison Davis.
Harrison Davis for Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben, a junior with a record of 3-11. His opponent is Colton Williams, a sophomore with a record of 15-16. In the 150-pound weight class, and again, 22-12 is our team score. Iowa Grand Highland in the lead over Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben.
Well, you figure Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben, they closed, it was 16-0. And then close it with 2 consecutive pins. Now, just for the people that may be unfamiliar with the scoring with wrestling. I almost want to say a stalemate right now with the lockup and just kind of going around. Nobody can get move on each other.
No, they're pretty tight as far as locked up.
Mm-hmm. Oh!
And there's a kind of a swing and a slide by Williams, and he'll get the first takedown.
Interesting move. Sometimes you just got to resort to it.
Yeah. You get moving one way and you change direction and go the other, and you get that sometimes. Cross face here by Williams. Got things locked up. Trying to get hip to hip. Does get hip to hip. Trying to bump it back. And does. And he's got Harrison Davis on his back. Williams not able to come up with a pin yet. Readjusts, and from here it looks like it's a pin. Referee's got a better view, and it will be a fall in 1 minute and 52 seconds.
They're trying to adjust the headpiece.
Right. Team score at 28-12 now. We'll go to the 157 weight class.
Wegland Registered Holsteins, proud to support Belmont Platteville Wrestling Program. Wegland Registered Holsteins, Platteville. The West End Salvage of Lancaster, see Junkyard Joe Krantz on the West End Salvage team for recycling as well as construction and demolition waste too. West End Salvage of Lancaster. and Russell offices. Platteville, Dodgeville, Cuba City, and Darlington.
Now wrestling at 157 pounds from Iowa Grand Highland, Briar Yelnick versus Bosco Wazeeka-Steuben, Joe Wetter.
All right, at 157, Joe Wetter for Boscobel Wazeeka-Steuben. He is a senior with a record of 22-8, ranked number 12 in the state. His opponent is Briar Yelnick, a senior with a record of 17-11. And we're ready to go. Again, the official for this match, same as it was before, John Chose. It's a nice shot by Wetter, and he's going to get the takedown. Wetter's pretty well put together young man too, isn't he?
I was just about to say that. Yeah, you can tell he spends a lot of time in the weight room.
Tight waist by Wetter, arm chop, sit out, attempt by Yelenick, not successful, back to his base. Wetter trying to hook in a leg.
You can say he has that look of, he has that wrestler look. Look, build. I don't know if you want to say a prototype, but.
Now off to the left-hand side, working to work with the coffee grinder, but let's go with that.
I can definitely tell that Wetter's not allowing Yelenick to do much. And if he's doing anything, it's because he's letting him. At least that's
trying to come up with an opening here, and he has come up with an opening now. There's Wetter. And you got Yelenick in a pinning combination. I don't know if he's met near fall criteria yet.
I don't think so. Now he is.
And Wetter.
And I think he's got him. Well, it looked like he had him.
Good job by Yelenick to get back to his base. Be a 4 near fall for Wetter. And at the end of the first period, 7-0, Joe Wetter over Briar Yelenick.
Krantz Auto Parts and Krantz Hardware do it best. See Rob Krantz and the crew for full service repair on cars and light trucks too. Krantz Auto Parts and Krantz Hardware do it best. Fenimore. 7-0 right now in favor of Joe Wetter.
Wetter will be in the down position to start the second period. Sits out quickly, up to his feet. He'll get the escape.
Quick. Not much wasted movement either by Wetter.
No.
That's some wrestlers, I don't want to say they move a lot, but it seems like it could be a better job of containing the movement. If Wetter's moving, it's with a purpose. Quite impressive.
Arm drag attempt just short of being successful by Joe.
Wow.
Overhook, and then with that, it kind of lifts and elevates and goes to a kind of a high heel pick. But he's going to get the trip and score, making it 11-0.
Now it's impressive. Yeah, like I said, there's again we were talking about in the last match that there are some wrestlers that are really good, and there's some that are just next level. And this young man is one of those next level.
Yep. They said he's currently ranked number 12 in the state is Wetter. And there will be an escape. Making the match scored 11-1 at the 52-second mark of the second period.
And Wetter is one of 6 seniors on this Boscobel Wazeeka-Steuben squad. So a little more senior loaded than what we saw with, or have seen and will see with Iowa Grand Highland and Lancaster.
Out of bounds and back to the center they go. 11-1 is the match score. 37 seconds on the clock in the second period. Oh, nice shot here by Wetter, and he's able to keep a hold of things and work into a pinning combination, but good job by Jelinek to not allow that combination.
Have to give credit to Jelinek right now. He is absolutely battling out there. Wetter's trying everything he can to get that pin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, saved by the buzzer.
Yeah, so we'll go 14-1 into the third period.
Applied Micro is your computer and networking specialist in Platteville, Dodgeville, and appliedmicro.biz.
Go neutral. A takedown for Wetter will end the match. And he'll get the tech ball. So Wetter wins 17-1. The match score goes to 28-17. Moving to the 165-pound weight class.
TriStar Pallets of Highland and TriStar Mulch of Cobb and Platteville want you to beautify your home with decorative colored mulch. Give Jim Drury and the gang a call at TriStar Pallets Highland, TriStar Mulch of Cobb and Platteville. With Chuck Rasmussen, I'm John Satterley on 97.7 Country, WGLR.
Now wrestling 165 pounds from Iowa Grand Highland, Jackson Bussey versus Bosco Zika Stubens, Chance Johnson.
All right, at 165 pounds, Chance Johnson, a senior for Boscobel Wazika Subin. He's got a record of 12-12, wrestling against Jackson Bussey. He's also a senior, 18-2 coming into the night. Bussey ranked number 1 in the state. Oh, nice shot by Bussey as he's looking for his second takedown. And as he gets that, it works right into a half Nelson series.
Almost seemed like a little bit of panic there by Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, like, uh-oh, this is not where I want to be.
And there's the fall for Bussey in 45 seconds.
Again, impressive. I don't know how else to say it. Carver's Hardwood Flooring. For hardwood flooring, stair installation, or refinishing needs, call Ryan Carver, the only National Wood Flooring Association certified installer, sander, and finisher in the tri-state area. Carver's Hardwood Flooring in Benton. And by WCC Brands, custom apparel in Kieler, WCC-brands.com.
Now wrestling at 175 pounds from Iowa Grand Highland, Brock Hinderman versus Boscobel Wazika Stubens, Micah Fritz.
All right, Mike Fritz for Boscobel Wazika Steuben. Fritz is a freshman with a record of 9-9. Wrestling against top-ranked in Division III, Brock Hinderman. He's a junior with a record of 23-3. State qualifier last year is Hinderman.
Talk about having the middle of the lineup secured. We have two guys that are right there at the top of the state in the middle weight classes.
Boy, there's going to be some good matches coming up this weekend.
Yeah. Any one of them is really intriguing you? That's like, okay, I'm looking forward to this one greatly.
Well, you know, young man from Dodgeville, you know, three-time state champion. You know, he and Bussey have already wrestled, and he took it to Bussey a couple weeks ago. I think a interesting rematch.
Right.
The 285-pound weight class is going to be interesting too. You got the Simmons, I think, from if he's at 285.
Okay.
And Matthews from Riverdale. There's several of them. Each weight class is going to have several. It's very interesting.
The clash is going to have some star power.
Hinterman up already 12-2.
Trying to get him around on his back with 10 seconds to go in the first period. And it looks like we go to a second. Hermson's Ace Hardware and Home Center Bloomington and Hermson's Ace Hardware at the bottom of Main in Platteville has the perfect paint for your next project. Hermson's Ace Hardware in Bloomington and Platteville.
Hinterman up 13-2. A little blood nose.
I think this is the first time this evening we've had blood time. Maybe I think actually the second because they just used blood time for
cut lip or something.
No, it was actually for the ear, for the headgear.
Oh, okay. Oh.
I mean, it was for maybe 10 seconds. Okay. But other than that, this has been a clean. Pardon the way I put it, but this has been a clean match.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a clean evening here in Boscobel.
Yeah. This time of the year that again the air's so dry. And
mm-hmm.
You get a bloody nose. It doesn't take just in practice too. And it's tough to get things under control. Right. That was last week where we were at Fenimore. That one man there had the bloody nose the whole time.
And ended up going basically, then he had to tape his whole face up.
Yep. And we gave him scrapper of the meat too, didn't we?
Right, I think we did, yeah. Like, it didn't matter.
No.
They're like, I am finishing this. You know, like they say in baseball, catchers are a different breed. Wrestlers, same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, don't tell me I'm not going to be able to finish this. No. I'm going to.
Micah Fritz, freshman here for Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben, at 9-9, wrestling against Brock Hinterman, a junior, 23-3.
And think about this too. You're a freshman. You're coming into this, and you're facing best in the state.
Mm-hmm.
Here, you want to test yourself. Here's your test. Are you able to get points? Are you able to do anything? What do you learn from this experience?
Well, that there's room for improvement, and I got to admire Fritz because he hasn't backed down.
No, he's trying to get some offense going. Again, probably a lot of things he'll learn from this, too.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you can learn from your losses, I should be one very, very, very smart man. All right, Hinterman looking to come up with a fall here. Referee John Cho is looking things over. And that will be a tech fall, I believe, by a final score 19-2 to Brock Hinterman.
Wrestling on 97.7 Country WGLR is presented to you in part by Wolf Construction. Todd Wolf and his crew, they're reputable for top quality full service construction. Put Wolf Construction to the task on your next project. Wolf Construction, LLC, Lancaster. Also presented to you by Century 21 affiliated in Boscobel. See Bobby Joe, Hans, Allison, or Richard for all of your real estate needs at Century 21 right here in Boscobel. And Utter Brothers Creamery in Boscobel. I'd also like to say thank you to Century 21, well, I just said that. Let me read the other one. TriStar Pallets of Highland and TriStar Mulch of Cobb and Platteville. Let's think spring. Beautify your home with decorative colored mulch. Give Jim Drury and the gang a call at TriStar Pallets of Highland and TriStar Mulch of Cobb and Platteville. Have you noticed, Raz, that it's a little bit lighter, a little bit later? Have you noticed that yet?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
190 pounds from Iowa Grand Highland, Ty Cuts for Boscobel Wazeeka Steubens, Richard Bryant.
All right, Ty Cuts from Iowa Grand Highland, wrestling against Richard Bryant. Bryant, a senior with a record of 4-8. Cuts, a junior with a record of 12-10. Yeah, I always could tell this time of the year because you come out from wrestling practice and it was still light out. You know, so many times you go into school when I was teaching and it was dark. Then you get out of school, it was dark, and we always started to shorten up practices a little bit too. at this time of the year.
Yeah.
That made a difference also.
Kind of conserve some energy.
Cuts with the first takedown in this 190-pound weight class. In the top, trying to come up with a pinning combination as Bryant trying to get out from underneath. Sits out and Cuts just follows. This and two more weight classes in this match between Boscobel and Iowa Grand Highland. Iowa Grand Highland will win this dual meet. Lancaster will be coming up next against Boscobel. Trying to use the legs to turn Bryant, but not able to do so as Cuts. Under a half minute first period. Do you know what time wrestling starts on Saturday?
Yes, our pre-match show, 8:40, and the first match is scheduled for 9 a.m.
Okay.
They'll be right here on 97.7 Country WGLR and on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. We'll have it all covered for you.
All right, into a bar situation here as Cuts close, and there will be the pin. The pin will take place at 1:59.
159.999.
Yeah. 45-17.
Hazi's Service and Towing of Montfort, your trusted friend for service and towing. Hazi's Service and Towing Montfort, better equipped to better serve you. Burnham Lumber of Rui has all of your agricultural, commercial, and residential projects covered with Burnham Lumber, Rui. Your rural mutual agents, John Regetz and Deneen Dahl.
2:15 from Iowa Grand Highland, Cole Schultz versus Boswell Wazeeka Steuben's Mason Johnson.
All right, at 2:15, Mason Johnson for Boscobel Wazeeka student. He is a senior with a record of 12-11. And it's Cole Schoaf for Iowa Grand Highland. And a throw. Johnson trying to come up with a pin for Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben. Schoaf gets back to his base, up to his feet. Working the hands. Trying to cut through, and it's going to be a warning stalling on Johnson. And he does get the mat return. And timeout for a little headgear repair. Schoaf will get set in the bottom. And trying to come up to his feet, brought back down. Good flattening out here by Johnson. Two sets of cheerleaders now. Both Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben has a set of cheerleaders, as does Iowa Grand Highland.
I wonder if there's much coordination between the cheerleading teams of when to kind of cheer, try to alternate.
I don't know that answer. I would think that one would be courteous enough to let the other one stop before they get going, but I don't know. I haven't.
Probably depends on the environment and the moment, too.
Yeah. We'll go to the second period, 7-0. Johnson with the lead. Up to his feet. Schoaf trying to break the hands. And there's another warning, and it's going to be a point this time for Schoaf. Stalling against Johnson. That score at 7-1. Team score 45-17. Nice side by here by Johnson. No, by Schoaf.
Oh, rolled up.
Elbow down, knee in the rib. Here the coach is talking to him. Getting a little bit high as Schoaf trying to come out the back door. Johnson, and he'll be able to.
Wow.
A reversal.
That ties us at 9.
Yes.
Wow. And they really aren't moving from where they are, right about the 4 o'clock position. On the mat.
Nope.
They stood right there, and they're able to do everything in a real small area.
Yeah. 9-9, 46 seconds remaining, second period. 215-pound weight class. Here we got a little blood time here for Johnson.
Yep. That'll give us a chance to let you know coming up. We'll have your post-match show presented to you by Tri-State Roofing LLC. We'll name our most valuable wrestler, have a Tri-Court Turning Point scrapper of the game presented by West End Salvage. Coming up in just a few moments, we'll nominate a match of the meet presented by Wolf's Grantland Graphics, and from what I'm seeing right now, this one's getting it. You know, and we're almost kind of getting a timeout, you know, here in the middle of a really, really good match. Here between Mason Johnson, senior for Boscobel, Wazeeka, Steuben, and Cole Schoaf.
Schoaf up to his feet. Brought back down to the mat, back up to his feet again. Trying to cut through and free that leg, but not able to do so. Good job by Johnson on that mat return scramble. Johnson with a cross face, right arm. Ooh, left arm. Clearly aggressive.
I was just about to say, that was a little aggressive.
Yeah.
We're going to go to the third, knotted up at 9. Community First Bank, for you and the communities where you live, work, and play. Experience for yourself the difference at Community First Bank. CFBank.com, member FDIC.
We're going to be neutral to start this third period. Schoaf chose neutral. The throw attempt by Johnson, unsuccessful. Schoaf just kind of drops his hip and dips under that. 12-9. Schoaf stepping over could get him in problems, but he's going to recover. And he's got Johnson on his back.
Yep. Johnson trying to kick out. And it's able to get around. But just like that, it goes 16-9, 1 minute to go in the third period.
Schoaf getting a little bit high again. Johnson trying to pop out the side and get the reversal. He will. 16-11. 40 seconds remaining, third period.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
You know, I think you have gotten. You picked this so far as our match of the meet. I think I'm going to second that motion. Been the most action we've seen from both wrestlers, I think, for a while.
Yep.
16-11 is the match score. Johnson's going to let Schoaf go. And they go back on their feet.
They pull something off in 10 seconds. I don't think he looked at the clock. He was wasting time, or maybe he just gassed.
Yeah, they both are looking a little tired. But Cole Schoaf will win by a score of 17-11.
Yeah, I think that would probably, as it stands right now, would be our match of the meet for the second match.
Yep, good one.
Yeah, why not have one for each? You know, it is kind of basically 3 and 1.
Now wrestling at 285 from Iowa Grand Highland, Tanner Degenhardt versus Boscobel Mazika Stubens, Ruger Groom.
All right, at 285, it's going to be Ruger Groom. He is a freshman with a record of 19-9 for Boscobel. And he's wrestling against Degenhardt. Degenhardt with the first takedown. He's going to take Groom right to his back.
Ref calls time.
Must be a little blood on somebody.
And everybody's kind of like, what? I don't see anything. Like, no. You know, there's the trained eye, you could say, with an official. Tonight's match on 97.7 Country. WGLR is being brought to you in part by Wolf LNG Farms of Lancaster. Wolf LNG Farms reminds you to support your local pork producers. And by Claire Bank with their 8 convenient locations in southwest Wisconsin, where they say, we can do that. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender. Back to the action.
All right, 7-1. Oh, what was?
Well, I have no idea. That was. did he
just a forward roll. I just looked up from my paper and saw him rolling.
Yeah, he just did that on his own. Just rolled away.
From standing position, right?
Yeah, from a standing position. You know, just rolled away. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
Baiting. I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know. It was just.
Oh. That time he does kind of a spin. A 360. Ruger Groom. I like that first name, especially Ruger.
Wonder if his favorite number is 22. Or maybe that's his middle name. Ruger 22.
22.
Yeah. Hey, at least it could be a nickname.
Yep. 22.
I wonder if the parents hunt at all. Maybe.
All right, out of bounds. With 36 seconds remaining in this first period. 10-2.
Running out of real estate.
Degenhardt with the advantage.
And out of play once again.
In the last match of this dual meet, again, there will not be a match at 106.
Right. I almost forgot about that. Thank you.
Young man from Boscobel, Steuben was a couple tenths over, I believe. And Iowa Grand Highland did not have a 106-pounder.
Gotcha. Especially when you're that close too. No, but some people say it's unfair. Others say like rules are rules. You knew it going into it.
Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah. If you let 2 tenths go, then you got to wait 4 tenths, and then pretty soon it's pounds.
Right.
And now with the electronic scales that they've had for 20 years, it's right there so everybody can see. It's not like the old balance beam where.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Where maybe you could have a little tinkering. You know, not saying anybody would ever do anything like that, but you know,
yeah.
Little home field advantage.
Yeah. No, all the scales still had to be certified.
Oh yeah.
But you know, there's always like, well, can I see light through there?
Well, there's enough wiggle room there. We'll let it slide.
There's a shot here by Degenkart, and he's going to get the takedown and he's going to take Groom to his back, but an escape. So it was a 3 takedown, 1 escape is all. Mm-hmm. 13-3 nearing the 1-minute mark of the second period.
Both of them looking at each other, not really moving their arms or anything. Kind of, do you want to make the first move or should I? I have to say you're seeing kind of more of the experience with Tanner Degenhardt in this one. Oh, your Ruger's got some skills though.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, just a freshman.
Yeah. Again, room to grow.
16-3.
Just like with anything, well, maybe not everything, but most things, the more you do it, the better you get.
Yeah, they got some good things going on here at Boscobel now too.
Yeah.
So.
Absolutely. Short time.
Oh, 1 second again.
There's another one, maybe you'd say with the lag time, maybe the official just kind of blows his whistle just late, like, but sometimes you got to look at, you still have to look at the safety of the athletes.
16-3, we go to the third.
.97.7 Country is WGLR FM, Lancaster, Dubuque, Galena, Platteville, a Queen Bee radio station. With Chuck Rasmussen, I'm John Satterley with the Wrestling Triangular from Boscobel this evening, as it is Boscobel, Wazeeka Steuben hosting Iowa Grand Highland and Lancaster. Coming up in just a moment, we'll recap the first match. We'll recap this one. We'll get ready for our third and final match of this triangular this evening. Iowa Grand Highland, their evening will come to an end too, as you know, they will go 2-0 as a team.
And there's another takedown. That'll make it a 19-3 tech ball to Tanner Degenhardt.
Yeah, basically it's all but official too. He's got to raise the arm of 106 and
no.
That concludes the match.
There was no 106.
Neither team had a 106.
Right.
Got it.
So
that's what I missed.
Yeah, 53-17 is our final match score. Iowa Grant is the victor.
Yep, let's go ahead and do our match of the meet, presented to you by Wolf's Grantland Graphics, a block off the square in Lancaster. Wolf's offers full-service copying and printing and available in wide formats for banners, posters, canvas prints, and much more. Wolf's Grantland Graphics of Lancaster. I think it was the 215 that we saw with Mason Johnson. I tell you, that was quite the match.
It was a good match there. 7-0 after the first period, and then as Cole Schaff was trailing, and he comes back and wins it 17-11. But some good action in that match, and I got to agree with you. Match of the meet.
You know, that was, again, a lot of good matches on that one. It started off, hot for Iowa Grand Highland, up 16-0 through the first 3 weight classes. Then 2 consecutive pins for Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben at 132 and 138. And you had a couple of young men there that just they were good. They're good right there, and it was 16-12. It was like, hey, we got ourselves a close one here. And then you start getting into that meat of the Iowa Grand Highland lineup where you got the ones, you could say.
If I can get your attention tonight, we are going to honor all of our seniors. I know it's a little bit of a late night. I planned on talking a little longer, but I'll speed this up. So as we start our first senior tonight, we got a new manager this year. We robbed her from football.
So let's take a look at our shoebox scoreboard presented by the Shoebox in Black Earth, the largest independent shoe store in the Midwest. And a couple of scores for you. Platteville defeated Shullsburg this evening in boys basketball, 89-57, and in girls basketball, the Civil War goes to Cuba City. Cuba City over Southwestern, 73-33. I say thank you again to Brad Adams of the Telegraph Herald for sending us those scores. So 3-0 Chicago Blackhawks are leading in NHL hockey. I just saw that one pop through, so why not pass it along?
So next we're going to start with the Wazeeka kids, and we're going to start with Mr. Wyatt Mulligan.
They're honoring seniors here this evening right now. Senior night for Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben.
First year is the senior year. Last year I had the opportunity to go to his house. I thought I was going to get him to come in his junior year, but I just never got him to do it. One of the things I love about Wyatt this year is Wyatt's battled a couple injuries, and he's the type of kid where, I'll be blunt. Sometimes you have kids that are injured, sometimes you have kids that are hurt. Wyatt's the kids that injured and still wants to participate. So he has went above and beyond for us. He's been sitting up, making weight, even though we know he can't always wrestle. He's right there in case we can have him. And one thing that I had at Bi-State, I was a little frustrated before that, and I told the team I wasn't too impressed with their performance. And about 11 o'clock at night, I get a text from Wyatt saying, hey, we're locked in, coach. We're going to turn this around. And though we just battled against a very tough Iowa Grand team, overall this year we really have, and it's been thanks to guys that in their senior year have jumped over. So Wyatt, thank you once again. Next I'm going to call Mr. Richard Bryant. Richard's a kid that I have seen come up through the youth program. I've known him for quite a while. We've had a few years where it's been hit or miss, where sometimes in my nice way I just want to choke him out. Okay, there's been a couple times where I got a little frustrated. But one of the things that impressed me this year, I had a couple times where I was, he didn't make weight. And I wasn't too thrilled about that. We had what we'd say a very nice heart-to-heart that I can't say out loud or ever in my pulpit. But after that discussion, he responded great. So I've been really, Richard has been a guy that he'll come in one night and he's like, what weight am I at? I'm like, you're going 215 tonight, but I need you to stay tight at 190. So he has wrestled 190, 215, wherever we need. And he's been very selfish or selfless for the team. Wherever we need him, he's been filling a spot. So I'm really grateful for the years I've got to know Richard, and he's finally starting to turn those corners to break the 500 mark. So, Richard, thanks a lot, man. Next senior we have is Mr. Mason Johnson. Now, we've had Mason 3 years here since he was able to come back. His sophomore year, unfortunately, due to WIA rules, he could not participate on the varsity side. He had to be JV because he moved halfway through the year. So he had a lot of time. His freshman year was at Merrill. His sophomore year was JV for us. Last year he started picking it up, but I'll be just honest, his body hadn't come into it yet. This year he started out, he was heavy in the 200s, and I was like, we really need you to cut down into that 90 spot. He started descending, and he went from 90 all the way into the low 80s. If he didn't have a good 75 already there, I'd have had him keep going. Mason's had a couple injuries. He's fought with his knee, but he has refused to let that hold him back. And overall, you saw his resolve. The match we saw against Isle Graham tonight was a match that I don't think I would have saw last year. I think he would have gave up, to be honest. And this year, he's really pushing through. We've had a couple of long talks on the bus where he doesn't always like me, but it has worked out well, and I look forward to the future that Mason's going to have. So, Mason, I also want you to know there's someone in the stands here tonight that I hope you saw that billed over $5 to be here for you tonight. So, you are well loved, my friend. Now we'll go over to the Boscobel guys. So, this time I'm going to bring out Mr. Drew Sander. So Drew wrestled through youth, came up freshman, sophomore year. Sophomore year was kind of a tough year for all of us. Me as a coach, I had some learning curves, and so I did with Drew as well. Junior year, I didn't get him out here, but this year, after seeing how much he picked it up on the football field, I just kept hounding him over and over. I'm like, Drew, I really, really would love to see you. You know, I was really impressed with the football field. And then I think Coach Ann twisted his arm, finally got him back here into the wrestling room. And one of the great stories to tell you about Drew, we went down to the Kickapoo invite. And Drew went into that tournament with an 0-5 record. And we were eating lunch, and their coach came over to me for Kickapoo. He's like, hey, he said, did you lie on that kid's record because he took first place in the tournament? I said, yeah, I did. He's actually 0-9. And Drew just really ran into a bunch of studs early in the season, and late in the year he's turned around. He's above 500, and as you saw tonight against Highland, he is a kid that comes out with a lot of fight early, and he has really stepped it up and filled in a nice hole at 138. So it's been great to have you back your senior year. Thanks a lot, baby.
This is coverage of senior night here in Boscobel for Boscobel, Wazeeka, Steuben, and Lancaster will be coming your way in just a moment.
So Joe, well, no one's wrestled for me longer than Joe, because he's mine, of course.
So talk about throwing everything together, right, Raz? Have everything on one night.
Yeah.
This should be like a Friday night.
Yeah. Yeah, we can get on that subject too about lack of Friday night activities too.
Yeah, that seems to be interesting. I mean, why not? You know, something like this is great. You know, getting everybody together and maybe, like you said, do that on a Friday night. You know, and, you know, not saying it's a bad thing at this time of night because you know you have basketball that will start late if there's a JV game that goes late.
Well, my opinion, which is worthless. But
no, that's my opinion.
But I still think every gym should have an activity going on the Friday nights. Mm-hmm. I don't care if it's boys basketball, girls basketball, wrestling, or what, but they should have each gym something going on in these, and less of the Mondays and the Tuesdays and the Thursday stuff.
Right.
But that's, you know, and I know you were a different student than I, but to
continue with the night.
Study on a Friday night? Not going to happen. Never did happen. I know with me.
You're talking about Friday night. I mean Monday night.
Yeah.
My studying pretty much went out the window if it was a day that ended in Y.
Yeah. Well, and then and then Fridays. All right, like with wrestling or whatever. Most times you do have something on Saturday too.
Yeah.
But, and I've talked to other coaches over the years about it then too. They like to know where their wrestlers are on Friday nights.
Yeah.
And if you wrestle on back-to-back, you get an extra pound.
Okay.
And so, just a number of different things.
It's more of a win-win. You're not finding anywhere where there's an L here.
Yeah. Well, and I've had, this. I was really in on this situation here a number of years ago, the Friday nights, and parents had said, Friday nights was the night that, if they were on the farm, all right, so then they'd go uptown and, maybe they would go out for fish, or people would go out for fish and then up to a match or up to a basketball game or whatever it was, or maybe they'd go out afterwards and have a beverage.
Right.
And if you slept in an extra half hour on Saturday morning, well, so that's fine. So,
it's a Saturday, why not?
Yeah, so, but that's just my opinion, and again.
And a very valid one, too. He's Chuck Rasmussen, I'm John Satterley. This is 97.7 Country WGLR, coverage of high school wrestling. It's a triangular Lancaster, Iowa Grant, Highland, and Boscobel. Iowa Grant's portion of the evening has closed as they defeated Lancaster 47-35, and then just defeated Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben 53-17. So now coming up, number 3, match number 3 of the.
It's important that his family knows that he was not forgotten, and that his friends did not forget about him as well. So if we could, just a real short moment to honor and recognize and to let his family know that we didn't forget and that we do love him. So if we could just take a couple seconds of silence, guys. All right, thank you guys for that. Let's get back to wrestling.
So on our shoebox scoreboard here this evening, it's 47-35 Iowa Grant Highland over Lancaster, 53-17 Iowa Grant Highland over Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben, and now we have Lancaster versus Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben. Is there any match, Raz, that is coming up here that intrigues you? Kind of asked you that before the last one, so do that again. If there's one that was like, ooh, this one, on paper at least, looks like this should be a really good one.
Well, depending upon where they're at, 113 pounds, Will Cradwell and Ruger Wall, I think, could be a very good one.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
not trying to put you on the spot much, but just kind of.
I haven't studied it real well here neither.
I didn't know if there was anything that was like, ooh, this one looks good.
Yeah. Well, it depends too. What they have as far as where Joe Wedder's going to be.
Right.
He's there at 57.
Mm-hmm.
McClymonds will have a big handful. Well, it'll be interesting. Well, we'll find out here real quick.
That we will. He's Chuck Rasmussen. I'm John Satterley, and we're broadcasting from the Ayers Furniture Best Seat in the House in the Ayers Furniture broadcast booth. Ayers Furniture, downtown Ridgeway, for free delivery on heirloom quality furniture for every room in your home. For what's sure to be the best seat in your house, be sure to visit Ayers Furniture at ayersfurniture.com. Our Grant Regional Health Center and People's State Bank coverage of high school sports is presented by Cuba City, Kieler, and Darlington Family Dental, and Carey Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors. Our Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel live and archive coverage is powered by H&N Plumbing, Heating and Electrical, and Lely Center Monroe. Coming up here in just a moment, we'll have our starting lineups presented to you by Fuller's Milker Center. See Fuller's complete hygiene line and options for your brand new dairy setup or existing parlor remodel. Fuller's in Lancaster, Richland Center, and FullersMilkerCenter.com.
At 113 pounds, John Lindholm from Lancaster versus Boscobel, Zika Stubens, Ruger Wall. At 120 pounds, Lancaster's Royal Cradwell will wrestle Boscobel, Zika Stubens, Nolan Reed Mulligan. At 126 pounds, Lancaster's Lane Hendricks will wrestle Boscobel, Zika Stubens, Landon Tracy. At 132 pounds, Lancaster's Ronnie Regetz will wrestle Boscobel, Zika Stubens, Ashton Udelhoven. At 138 pounds, Lancaster's John Muldoon will wrestle Boscobel, Zika Stubens, Drew Sander. At 144 pounds, Lancaster's Steele Nelson will wrestle Boscobel, Zika Stubens, Wyatt Mulligan. At 150 pounds, Lancaster's Brian Best will wrestle Boscobel, Zika Stubens, Harrison Davis. At 157 pounds, Lancaster's Trayton McClymans will wrestle Boscobel, Zika Stubens, Joe Wetter. At 165 pounds, Lancaster's Braden Lenz will wrestle Boscobel, Zika Stubens, Chance Johnson. At 175 pounds, Jackson Seipel will wrestle Boscobel, Zika Stubens, Micah Fritz. At 190 pounds, Lancaster's Nolan Hankey will wrestle Boscobel, Zika Stubens, Richard Bryant. At 215 pounds, Lancaster's Toy Regetz will wrestle Boscobel, Zika Stubens, Mason Johnson. At 285, Lancaster's Brady Longer will wrestle Boscobel, Zika Stubens, Ruger Groom. Tonight's matchup will start at 120.
And those are your starting lineups, presented to you by Fuller's Milker Center. See Fuller's complete hygiene line and options for your brand new dairy setup or existing parlor remodel. Fuller's in Lancaster, Richland Center, and at Fuller'sMilkerCenter.com.
At 120 pounds, Clayton Riley from Lancaster wrestle Boscobel, Zika Stubens, Nolan Reed Mulligan.
As the lights dim, as the spotlight is on, and Raz has the call.
At 120 pounds, it's going to be Clayton Riley for the Flying Arrows. He is a freshman, wrestling against Nolan Reed Mulligan. He's a junior. Riley in on a takedown. He's going to get the first points. We are starting this match at 120. Match here between Boscobel, Zika Stubens and Lancaster. Off to the side is Riley trying to work an armbar series. Nearing the Boscobel with Zika Stubens bench. John Chose officiating again this match. There's I think he's a freshman. Yeah. Oh, no, Mulligan is a junior, but kind of a freshman mistake there as he reached over. Riley not able to take advantage of him right away. Now into a crossface. They're trying to dig that half Nelson in as Clayton Riley. Under a half-minute first period. And now burying that half Nelson is Clayton Riley. And 15 seconds, and he'll get the pin in 1 minute and 46 seconds. Clayton Riley for the Flying Arrows.
Tonight's wrestling on 97.7 Country WGLR and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel, presented to you in part by Southwest Health. They have over 24 specialty services and more than 50 specialists, so you can have specialized care without traveling far from home. Learn more about their specialty services at southwesthealth.org.
Now wrestling 126 pounds from Lancaster, Lane Hendricks versus Boscobel Stubens, Landon Tracy.
All right, as you heard it there, 126 pounds, Lane Hendricks for the Flying Arrows. His opponent is Landon Tracy. Hendricks in with a good shot here, and he'll get the first takedown just 5 seconds into the match. Hendricks working an armbar series near the edge of the mat. And still working with that series. There it is, Hendricks. Around to the front now, the headlock. And there's the pin for Lane Hendricks in 38 seconds.
And just like that, Lancaster quickly up 12-0. Wolf's Grantland Graphics, a block off the square in Lancaster. Wolf's offers full-service copying and printing, available in wide formats for banners, posters, canvas prints, and much more. Wolf's Grantland Graphics of Lancaster. And Lely Center Monroe. Call your local dairy automation specialist, Jordan Wilson, at Lely Center Monroe.
32 pounds from Lancaster, Ronnie Reggets versus Boscobel Stubens and Ashton Udelhoven.
All right, 132 pounds, Ronnie Raggets for the Flying Arrows. He is a sophomore with a record of 15-15. He's wrestling against Ashton Udelhoven, a junior with a record of 20-3-8. Udelhoven placed fourth in the class last year at 120 pounds, currently ranked number 10 in the state. And he's in tight on the legs, and he's going to get the first takedown on Raggets. And he working an armbar series against Raggets. Good right arm, tight waist. And across to the far shoulder, and able to come up with a tilt there is Udelhoven. And near fall given to him. Raggets trying to hit a switch, but that good tight waist by Udelhoven will counter that. 7-0 is their match score. Under a minute now, first period. Took the crowd from Iowa Grand Highland out here. Gotten a lot quieter.
That is very true. That group from Iowa Grand Highland that they root for, that they root hard, cannot be questioned.
A pin, time 1:20 for Ashton Udelhoven. Makes our team score 12-6.
Tonight's match being brought to you in part by Rural Mutual agents John Raggets and Deneen Dahl with Raggets & Dahl Insurance Group, tackling all of your farm, personal, business, and life insurance needs. Call them today at their office in Lancaster.
We move to the 138-pound weight class. It'll be John Muldoon for the Flying Arrows. He is a junior. And his opponent is going to be Drew Sanders, a senior.
John Muldoon versus Boscobel Stubens, Drew Sanders.
Sanders, a record of 10-10. Muldoon has dropped down. He has been in the 144-pound weight class, dropped down to 138 here a couple weeks ago.
That's one you normally don't see much of, dropping down. Takes a little extra work, you could say.
Yeah. Some of them naturally do it because they work hard in practice, and some of them are doing it just because they, maybe want a spot, or that's where they think that maybe moving down, and it usually does. You wrestle less wrestlers with not quite as much strength. So, a lot of reasons. All right, coming off to the side. Sander after the takedown. And we had a heavyweight a number of years ago that didn't wrestle till his junior year. Wade started, and just because he worked hard, he started, this is my recollection, started out at 242.
Okay.
And at the end of the year, he was about 222.
Oh, wow.
His senior year, kind of about the same, he came in about 222, and he ended the year about 212. And a state qualifier.
A state qualifier.
A state qualifier. A very
well, that
good hard worker and quick feet. One of the for a big boy, very quick feet.
Well, Coach, I'd almost say that would cement you being an amazing coach. You're able to take somebody that was a junior, never wrestled, and then a state qualifier. And that following year.
Yeah, he had wrestled earlier in his career, in youth and that, and then he ended up having a broken arm, if I remember correctly. And one thing to another.
Yep.
And, all right, Sander looking to come up with a pinning combination on Muldoon. Muldoon fights it off. Going to give up a 2 near fall. At the end of the first period, it's 5-0, Drew Sanders.
Century 21 affiliated right here in Boscobel. See Bobby Joe, Hans, Allison, or Richard for all of your real estate needs with Century 21 Boscobel.
Muldoon in on a shot, trying to turn the corner here on this double leg attempt, and they're going to go out of bounds. Good job there by Sander to thwart that. Back to the center, minute 49, second period. Muldoon trailing 5-0. And scramble here, and a good job by Sander. He's going to catch the elbow of Muldoon and take him down and take him right to his back, or towards the back. And I don't know if he's going to get back points. I don't think he is going to. Muldoon up to his feet. Going to try to get to his base. He's able to get back to his base. Muldoon working off the bottom, minute and 5. Second period.
Few interesting moves there. By
good scramble.
Yeah.
And there's a 3/4 Nelson here by Sander. And Muldoon able to break the hold. He's going to give up some 4 near fall. It's 12-0. And looking to come up with another set of back points is Sander. Not able to do so yet. Half a minute remaining second period. Muldoon trying to work up to his feet. Keep that head up, John. There you go.
Try and get some movement. They're on the 12, 1 o'clock position on the mat.
End of the second period, 12-0. Sander.
Breckler Insurance Group for all of your insurance needs. See Steve Landowski at Breckler Insurance Fenimore. Breckler Insurance serving in Southwest Wisconsin for over 95 years.
Neutral to start this third period. Muldoon pummels in. He's got the left arm underhook.
Was there any preference when you were coaching of if you if you started neutral or if you started advantage or down position? What was your preference? We'll get to that in just a second here. Now we have the tech fall for Boscobel, Wazeeka, Steuben, and now within 1 point, it's 12-11. Nice matchup being brought to you in part by Brian's Auto Body and Paint Specialist. The pros at Brian's get the job done right. For all expected dings or major repair projects, head to Brian's Auto Body and Paint Lancaster. You just heard a forfeit.
Correct? Yeah, that was for Preston Vesperman for the Flying Earls. He'll collect the forfeit at 144. Takes the team score to 18-11. We'll go to the 150-pound weight class.
150 pounds from Lancaster, Brian Best versus Boscobel, Wazeeka, Steuben's Harrison Davis.
Brian Best for the Flying Arrows come to the mat at 150 pounds. His opponent is Harrison Davis. Davis and Best are both juniors. Best looking to go underneath here and maybe hit his fireman's or a pancake.
Pancake.
Yeah, get hungry. Oh, and he does.
Yeah.
Get that successfully, does Best. bit high, Brian. Trying to work with a half Nelson on the near side. From his knees, his best. Best now working with that half. He's gonna, I think he's met near fall criteria. And looking to maybe get his hips back into things here a little bit more. Takes that half and a wrist. Still has a minute to go, first period. Switches to the left-hand side. 4 near fall for Best.
It's just quite interesting where it just almost seems like, you have a major lead and all of a sudden it disappears just so quickly.
It doesn't take long.
No. And it doesn't matter if it's the individual or team.
Yeah, it's tougher, quicker to have a lead melt as far as an individual.
Especially with the points being increased last couple years.
And the 3 for the takedown and the 4 for a possible near fall. Oh. Okay, there's a reversal for Davis. It's now 7-2, the final seconds here of the first period.
The one thing, Coach, is you have something like this, you got the whole crowd going into it going 2. Now, nobody wants to say 3.
It's one of those things, it's a habit that's tough to break.
Absolutely, when you've been doing that for decades.
Yep. It's nicely put that way. All right, Best in the down position to start this second period. He's able to come up to his feet for just a little bit. Got to be careful there. Ryan working from the bottom. Leading 7-2. Davis gets a little bit high. Best trying to come out the side and get the reversal. Has to pop his head out.
So this match has that feel.
There's a reversal for Brian.
Oh, that could go either way.
Yes.
Or maybe that's just my opinion.
9-2. Best trying to dig in that right hand half on Davis. Needs to shift his hips back just a little bit more and then drive. That's a little better. Brian wants so hard to come up with this fall. He's going to get 3 near fall. Making the match score at 12-2.
30 seconds to go in the second period.
And there's going to be a reversal for Davis, making it 12-4. 20 seconds remaining, second period. Davis hooks in the left leg on the left leg of Best. 10 seconds. And we'll go to the third period, 12-4. The match score lead by Best.
Joe's Overhead Doors and Seamless Gutters wishes the Belmont Platteville Wrestling Club a successful season. Joe's Overhead Doors and Seamless Gutters, Belmont.
Best in on that fireman's pancake again.
He likes pancakes.
Keep that elbow.
He likes pancakes.
Yeah.
Whoa.
There's a takedown. Should be, 3 takedown.
This one has gone back and forth. Just
it's going to go back and it's going forth again. Best is too high.
Just back and forth. I mean, it seems like once one feels like they have an advantage, the other one just slides in and goes, no, you don't.
Yeah, 15-6. Minute and 15, and we got stop. Okay, that'll be a point for Best,
What was that?
Penalty.
Penalty. Okay.
Yep. Full Nelson.
Oh. And that happens on accident.
Oh, yeah.
And probably not called as much. You're able to, you're not trying to do it on purpose. You're just trying to do other things. And
there's a cradle now for Davis, and he's got Best on his back. Best able to get out of that momentarily. A minute left to go.
Got him.
And Davis comes up with the fall in 5 minutes and 10 seconds.
Wow. That was unreal. All right, I'm nominating that one for match of the meet. That one was good. Of course, we'll have our match of the meet during our post-match show. Match of the meet is presented to you by Wolf Scranton Graphics, Lancaster.
Tonight's 157 pounds from Lancaster, Y Edge versus Boscobel, Joe Wetter.
All right, to 157 pounds, it's going to be Wyatt Edge for the Flying Arrows. Edge, a freshman, wrestling against Job Wetter. Wetter, a senior.
And on senior night now.
Yeah, and Wetter with a record of 22-8 coming into tonight, ranked number 12 in the state.
Can't tell me what he doesn't want. Nobody wants to lose. Let's just be frank about that. But you kind of want that little extra special one on senior night. Whoa!
Wetter in quickly on a single leg on Edge. He'll make the trip and take Edge down.
That is a true takedown right there. No frills. Just you're going down.
Off to the side.
Oh.
It was the three-quarter Nelson, but Edge able to break the grip. And now Wetter off to the left-hand side is going to pull out the elbow and go to an armbar series, and he's got Edge in trouble. Wetter trying to tighten things up on Edge. And there's the pin. 1 minute and 9 seconds for Job Wetter.
And that is now career win number 100.
Okay.
It just told to us.
All right.
Senior night.
So congratulations to Job Wetter, the win. And again, as you just heard, his 100th career win in high school.
Win number 100, Job Wetter. Congratulations. Well, considering the way this, we could have a lot of players of the match, wrestlers of the match, players of the game. I would say that would definitely be one, kind of lean toward. Getting a pin on senior night, win number 100.
At 165, it's going to be Trayton McClymonds moving up a weight class. And he's wrestling against Chance Johnson. Johnson, a senior with a record of 12-12. McClymonds is a junior with a record of 18-10. McClymonds with the first takedown on that kind of a roll through.
Staying pretty much right in the middle on this one.
Kleiman is hooking up that cradle, and he's got near fall criteria met, and he will get the fall in 57 seconds. Trayton McClymonds moving up a weight class.
Wow. That just tilts the score in favor of the Flying Arrows by 1 point, 24-23. Tonight's match being brought to you in part by Bill's Plumbing and Heating in Platteville, the area's leading plumbing and HVAC specialist. For new installation or service, check them out on Facebook or online, Bill's Plumbing and Heating, WI.com.
175 pounds, Lancaster, Jackson Seipel versus Boscobel, Micah Fritz.
All right, at 175 pounds, it'll be Jackson Seipel for the Flying Arrows, a junior with a record of 26-6. His opponent is Micah Fritz. Fritz is a freshman at 9-9. Seipel working with that Russian tie. Trying to open up a leg. He's got the leg, and he's going to hit his fireman's and moves right up into a pinning combination.
Wow.
Lose Seipel. Nice chain wrestling again.
The ref almost just got kicked in the face because he's leaning in trying to check the shoulders.
Yeah. One of the hazards of being an official. You got to get in there to see things. And there's a fall for Seipel, 54 seconds.
Just like that, Lancaster now has a 7-point advantage, team-wise, 30-23. Mullins Milk Service of Montfort has been hauling quality milk with quality service in Grant and Iowa counties since 1974. When you want quality, it comes from Mullins Milk Service in Montfort. And Grant Regional Health Center's ortho team, Dr. Brad Binsfeld and Nate Stocco, PAC, provide exceptional care for sports-related injuries. Grant Regional Health Center, better health starts here.
Now wrestling at 190 pounds from Lancaster, Nolan Hankey versus Boscobel, Zika Stubens, Mason Johnson.
Okay, at 190, Nolan Hankey for the Flying Arrows, senior with a record of 28-15. Quickly in.
Wow.
On a takedown against Mason Johnson.
That was some strength.
And he'll let Johnson go, making the score 3-1. A snap down by Hankey. And he'll just spin around and get another takedown. And give Mason the escape. Six to 2. Half a minute into this first period at 190. Another takedown, 9 to 2. Now trying to work with a cradle is Hankey. Decides to let go of the cradle. Left arm around the waist. Trying to dig out an arm bar. He's got the arm behind the back of Johnson. To in Oklahoma is Hankey. And this is going to be tight. And pin in minute and 24. For Nolan Hankey.
Third consecutive pin for the Lancaster Flying Arrows. Now extend their lead 36-23 after Boscobel Wazika Steuben led 23-18. Tonight's match being brought to you in part by Rundy Plumbing and Heating Belmont for all of your agricultural, commercial, residential needs. Call Rundy Plumbing and Heating Belmont.
Richard Bryant.
All right, at 2:15, Toy Raggets for the Flying Arrows in double A takedown. Got to work up against a Forrest. Yeah, there it is, the takedown for Raggets. Raggets, sophomore with a record of 25-5 coming into tonight. His opponent is Richard Bryant. Bryant at 4-8. He is a senior.
Did I hear you correctly? Raggets 25-5.
Yes, actually he's now 26-5.
I'm talking about coming into this evening.
Yeah,
I'd say pretty successful this season.
Yeah, ranked number 5 in the state is Raggets.
Oh, so he's okay. Got it.
He's all right. Yeah. Yeah, again, it was the all-conference in football, I think, both ways.
Mm-hmm.
And all-conference in baseball as a freshman catcher.
Mm-hmm. I know watching, broadcasting a couple of the Flying Arrow football games, very impressive on the field.
Mm-hmm. Good athlete.
That's one thing that's always seemed to translate, wrestling and football, a lot.
Mm-hmm.
The physicality of both sports and how they translate to each other. The strength you need for wrestling, strength you need for football.
Balance.
Yeah,
really leverage.
Really learning that, the leverage, especially with wrestling, knowing that and then applying that on the football field is almost an art form, if you think about it. I know a couple of classmates of mine that were wrestlers. Well, I guess I'm going to say Jim Seffroot. He was on the line, and he was right. I think it was I want to say he was 135 or 140, and he was on the line because of leverage.
Yep. All right, Raggedson do a pinning combination here. Still has a half a minute to go in this first period. Readjust your toy. $20 seconds. And they're
down to 10.
10 in a minute 51 for Toy Raggets.
42-23 Lancaster now with 4 consecutive pins. It's 23-18 in favor of Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben. And the Flying Arrows, they shot back.
It's going to be Brady Lowinger for the Flying Arrows at 285.
From Lancaster, Brady Lowinger versus Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben's Ruger Groom.
And this will be Ruger Groom for Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben.
The first time around, I didn't realize there's 2 Rugers on Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben. I don't know why.
Ruger Wall.
I don't know why I didn't notice it the first time. Ruger Wall. Noticed it with Ruger Groom. Would those 2 be the top guns of their class? And the hook comes out.
Arm drag attempt by Groom. In on an arm tie. Officials got to be getting ready for a break too, I would think.
Oh yeah, nobody really thinks about that either. The officials, they're out there. I mean, not exactly for wrestling having to do a lot, but there's a bathroom break or something like that. You got to continuously be out there. So again, thanks to all the officials for what they do.
And
so
I
that
think
way,
every sport is still looking for officials, good young officials. If you're interested, get a hold of an official or the WIAA.
Yeah. Now go to WIAAWI.org and find out how you can stay in the game. That's why we've seen games, I'll use football as an example, having games on Thursday nights and on Saturday afternoons, lack of officials. It is a way to stay in the game. And I don't know. We should have a officiating surplus because of how many people that sit in the stands, that know everything.
Yeah.
Put some stripes on them. A whistle. Oh, please don't give them a whistle, though.
Yeah. Last few seconds of this first period here at 285. We'll go into the second period. Scoreless.
42-23 is your score in favor of Lancaster Flying Arrows team score-wise on 97.7 Country, WGLR FM, Lancaster, Dubuque, Galena, Platteville, a Queen Bee radio station. We're broadcasting live from Boscobel High School. It's a wrestling triangular, Lancaster, Iowa Grand Highland, and Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben.
Well, after a scoreless first period, we're going to go neutral again in the second period.
With Chuck Rasmussen, I'm John Satterley. Thank you for joining us from the Ayers Furniture broadcast booth. We still have 2 more weight classes after this one, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
106 will be a forfeit. There's a takedown for Groom. So our first point scored in the second period now. Groom with a 3-0 lead. Flying Arrows up 42-23. This and 2 more weight classes, as John just said. An escape for Lawinger. There's another takedown now for Ruger. Groom. 6-1, 40 seconds remaining, second period. Lawinger looking to maybe hit a roll. Not able to do so. Good job by Groom getting out of that. Lawinger trying to get to his base. Now is to his base. 15 seconds. Into the second period, 6-1 Groom.
Century 21 affiliated in Boscobel. Go see Bobby Joe, Hans, Allison, and Richard for all of your real estate needs with Century 21 right here in Boscobel. We are in period number 3 at the 285 weight class. 6-1 in favor of Ruger Groom.
You know, you said that ad there, and you said Bobby Joe, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you're probably too young.
Okay.
Remember the TV show Petticoat Junction?
I do, actually.
All right. What were the Joe sisters?
That I do not remember.
Billy Joe, Bobby Joe, and Betty Joe.
Aha. Gotcha. Yeah, that show used to be on in our house.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Along with Dallas, Dynasty.
Yeah. Bonanza.
Oh, yeah, that was, yep.
Hogan's Heroes. All right, we're locked up in the neutral position. 1:05. Oh, they push away. 6-1.
1 minute. Period 3. It's go time. I guess you could say, what's still left in the tank for Brady Lawinger? You know, does he have enough to mount an offensive?
He does. He just seems a little sluggish this match to me.
Right.
Compared to what I usually see from him. Now they're looking to try to roll that lock up. They're trying to hit it again. Not able to get it. And this time Groom's going to slide behind him. And they're going to go out of bounds. Back to the center with just 28 seconds remaining in this third period. 6-1 is their match score. Groom over Lawinger.
Seems to me that Lawinger, it's like he's got one move he's trying to do, and that's it right now. And if he's not hitting that, he's going back to it. Yeah. Lawinger's teammates even telling him, get something going. Short time.
Yeah, 9 seconds. If he's going to try, he got to throw here. Well, all right. Well, we're at the end of the match, and it's going to be Ruger Groom winning 6-1.
Score is now 42-26 in favor of the Lancaster Flying Arrows. Coming up in just a few minutes, we will talk about your match of the meet presented to you by Wolf's Grantland Graphics.
Receiving the forfeit at 106 pounds from Lancaster, Aaron Hall.
And with that forfeit, makes the score 48-26. Tricor Turning Point presented to you by Tricor Insurance. Insurance plans built for you, your family, your business. Contact Tricor Insurance, and I can already tell you what our Tricor Turning Point of the match will be. And that's going to be the 4 consecutive pins by the Lancaster Flying Arrows. Now it looks like we've got a little bit of time here to do a little housekeeping. Housekeeping.
All right, we're going to go to the final match of the evening.
From Lancaster,
Will Cradwell for the Flying Arrows against Ruger Wall for Boscobel Wazekas Tubin. Will came into the night at 19-5. Wall comes in at 20-7.
Ooh.
Nice shot here by Cradwell. He'll work up and he'll get the takedown. Cradwell, good left arm around the waist. Cradwell moved up to the 120-pound weight class in the match against Iowa Grand Highland and was defeated. Cradwell, currently ranked number 11 in Division III in the 113-pound weight class. He was a state qualifier last year at 106 and finished third in the class last year at 106. The escape given to Wall, 3-1. Cradwell working off the knees. Like he might be trying to set up a fireman's or a pancake. And no points either way there. .40 seconds, first period. Wall tries to get Cradwell to sprawl out, but instead Cradwell kind of turns himself into a tough spot here. And there's the takedown for Wall. Cradwell with a reversal. And back points. Looking to tighten things up. He's just got 5 seconds to go in this first period. Cradwell trying to dig out that half a little bit more. And he will not be able to get the fall, but there's a 4 near fall.
And in a close matchup like this, you know, those points are huge.
9-4. Okay, Cradwell will choose the down position to start the second period. Cradwell trying to lock an arm there and hip over. Ball working off the top. He's got the left wrist of Cradwell locked underneath him. Now Cradwell able to free the wrist. Works himself on up to all fours. Minute and a half remaining, second period. Flying Arrows up 48-26. Ball working out to the side with a bar series and a half, far half.
Trying to get him on his back, but curling up, Cradwell just curling up like into a ball. Kind of hard to move somebody like that. Or at least to get into a pinning predicament.
Yeah, as long as you keep yourself safe, but don't get yourself into the situation of getting called for stalling here. There's a head lever, coffee grinder situation trying to be applied by Wall.
Ruger Wall being extremely aggressive here, and it looked like everything just switched here in the second period where now Cradwell is kind of...
That's going to be a pin. Wall's going to get the pin in 3 minutes and 33 seconds.
that will conclude the wrestling here this evening.
That concludes tonight's match.
Your final score, 48-32 in favor of the Lancaster Flying Arrows. Post-match show presented to you by Tri-State Roofing, LLC. Come your way after this timeout. This has been the Boscobel Triangular with Boscobel, Wazeeka, Steuben, Lancaster, and Iowa Grand Highland on 97.7 Country, WGLR, and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel.
Post-match one did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Italian subs for your finance team at Chicago. Easy Cater. Burritos for your call center crew in Plano. Easy Cater. Bagels for your sales reps meeting clients in Charlotte. Easy Cater. Hot chicken sandwiches for your third shift warehouse workers in Memphis. Easy Cater. Your teams may be spread out across the country, but you've got one platform to feed them all, whenever and wherever they work, with food they love from favorite restaurants. Easy Cater. Food for the workplace, all in one place. Order now at easycater.com.
80 years ago, Dutrack Community Credit Union started with a simple promise to help our members build better financial futures. Through life's milestones, challenges, and new beginnings, our members have always been at the heart of our story. As we celebrate 80 years, that promise still guides us, because even as times change, our commitment doesn't. Join us all year as we celebrate 80 years of trust, community, and growing together. Dutrack Community Credit Union, that's real life banking. Federally insured by NCUA.
Farmers, ranchers, and producers, you're up before the sun, tending herds, feeding communities, building your legacy. RCIS understands the weight of that work. That's why we've made it our life's work to protect yours. Together with your local agent, we deliver reliable coverage and support when it matters most. Protection with a personal touch. That's your RCIS. Talk to your RCIS crop insurance agent today. This entity is an equal opportunity provider. Coverage is underwritten by Rural Community Insurance Company in Anoka, Minnesota.
It's time for the Tri-State Roofing postgame show. This is Ben Baker, owner of Tri-State Roofing, LLC. Did you know we can take care of your roofing projects during the winter months? Tri-State Roofing uses reliable, long-lasting products that can be effectively applied in harsh winter temperatures. See our team for ice dam removal, gutter cleaning, and heat tape installation. Tri-State Roofing is fully insured, and we offer free estimates. Call Tri-State Roofing to fix your winter roofing issues.
Post-match one.
97.7 Country, WGLR, and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. The Triangular in Boscobel, hosted by Boscobel, Wazeeka, Steuben, went like this. Lancaster fell to Iowa Grand Highland in the first match, 47-35. Then Iowa Grand Highland said, you know what, thank you, Boscobel, thank you, Bull, thank you for coming here and hanging out, but we're going to send you home with an L. 53-17, Iowa Grand Highland over Boscobel, Wazeeka, Steuben. And then just wrapping up just moments ago, Lancaster over Boscobel, Wazeeka, Steuben, 48-32. This is your post-match show presented to you by Tri-State Roofing, LLC. Let's name our most valuable wrestlers. Presented to you by Hermson's Ace Hardware and Home Center, Bloomington, and Hermson's Ace Hardware at the bottom of Main in Platteville. Hermson's will be the MVP for the next project in your home. Go to Hermson's Ace Hardware in Bloomington and Platteville. Well, Raz and I were talking, in our commercial break, a lot of great wrestlers here this evening. It's hard to really narrow it down, but one that really just kind of stood out, to me at least, and it's on the video board right now, Joe Bwetter, 100 wins. A great milestone on senior night, and a pin to boot.
Yep, and he wrestled top. He's good. Ranked number 12 in the state. So that would be a good pick there as far as for
for Boscobel, Steuben. Then, figure, we had three, it's hard to just name one. So, we have three matches. Let's have three MVPs.
Sounds good.
Brock Hinderman of Iowa Grand Highland stood out, at least to me. I don't know what, everybody else.
I would agree. I agree. He pretty much dominated, and there would be a good choice there as far as for Iowa Grand Highland in my mind.
And I think Toy Raggets for the Flying Arrows. Again, there's something about him. He's impressive.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to put another nomination in there.
Of course.
Another one that ended up with her 100th win tonight, too, and that Olivia Ball. So congratulations.
Yeah.
That's, 100. That's the first female, at least from Lancaster, that's ever got 100, and she probably has quite a distance between her and second place all time. So congratulations also to Olivia Ball.
Absolutely. Those are your most valuable wrestlers, presented to you by Hermson's Ace Hardware and Home Center Bloomington and Hermson's Ace Hardware at the bottom of Main Platteville. Hermson's will be the MVP for the next project in your home. Go to Hermson's Ace Hardware, Bloomington and Platteville. Tricor Turning Point of the match, presented to you by Tricor Insurance. Insurance plans built for you, your family, your business. Contact Tricor Insurance. Whereas the turning point there was the 4 pins at 165, 175, 190, and 215. Those 4 in a row, that's 24 points. Boscobel Steuben was up 23-18 until that moment. That was definitely the turning point of the match.
Sounds right.
Well, especially I think all 4 of them were in the first period, and the first 3 of those were under 1 minute.
Yeah, 57, 54, a minute 24, and a minute 51.
Yeah, so again, very impressive by Lancaster. Talk about the middle, cementing what you wanted done. But they were able to do that. Tricor Insurance has your Tricor Turning Point. Insurance plans built for you, your family, your business. Contact Tricor Insurance. Take a quick time out, and we'll have your scrapper of the match presented to you by West End Salvage. After this, we're concluding our triangular for wrestling this evening from Boscobel High School. Right after this on 97.7 Country WGLR on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel.
Post-match 2.
Texas was feeling unwelcome. Now Texas is an open door, literally, to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts in person.
Hi, welcome in.
They're powered by Smart Tech and ready to do your taxes for you. Get real-time updates while you go about your day. Confident your taxes are done right. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. TurboTax stores opening soon. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
It's the Start Something New sales event going on now at Turpin Motors. Just announced up to 27% off retail on select new vehicles. Save up to $20,000. If they don't have the vehicle you're looking for, they'll deal or trade for it. Financing as low as 0% with approved credit. No payment for 90 days. All qualified new vehicles come with a lifetime powertrain warranty with the Turpin Advantage. Stop by and check out the great deals on new vehicles with no payments for 90 days. See dealer for details. The Start Something New sales event's going on now at Turpin Dodge Ram and Jeep. JFK and Dodge Street in Dubuque.
Hey, it's Brent Barnett with Brownfield, and I hope you'll join us on an upcoming episode of Outdoor Adventures. This podcast is geared towards people who love the outdoors. Each week, we dive into topics ranging from white-tailed deer hunting tactics, uses of public land, fishing along small creeks and streams, shed antler hunting, camping, and much, much more. We've also surpassed 100 video episodes on YouTube. Learn more at brownfieldagnews.com.
Post-match 2.
97.7 Country, WGLR, and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. It's your Tri-State Roofing post-game show, in this case, post-match show. Scrapper of the match presented to you by West End Salvage. It's a wrestler whose hustle and scrappiness stood out and tried to lay the opponent to waste. Presented by West End Salvage, Lancaster. Raz, was there any wrestler in particular that kind of I mean, yes, it's wrestling, so everybody scraps.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. Was there any that kind of stood out to you this evening that went,
The one that we talked a little bit about there, that last match at 113 pounds from Boscobel. I think that might be a good
Ruger Wall.
Ruger Wall.
Yeah,
good choice.
Yeah, I would agree with that one. That was, again, very impressive. Just kind of you kind of look and go, whoa. There's some, like we were talking earlier, there's some wrestlers that are, I mean, they're good. You're really good. But then there's another level. And, a couple of wrestlers we saw this evening are that next level. And they're very impressive to watch.
Yeah, and he beat a state qualifier there. And so, I think scrappy. So.
Yeah. And he's a freshman. He's hungry. So you got to give that to him. So our scrapper of the game presented to you by West End Salvage of Lancaster. The player tonight, the wrestler who was hustling, scrapping, and stood out and trying to lay the opponent to waste, goes to Ruger Wall of Boscobel. Wazika Steuben. That pretty much wraps up our broadcast. In just a moment, in just a moment, we will wrap it up on 97.7 Country, WGLR, and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel.
Cast your line at the Highland Lions Club annual Dean Olson Memorial Fishery this Saturday at Black Hawk Lake Recreation Area in Highland, starting at 5 a.m. with free park admission. Get in on the adult and kids fishing contests, 50-50 and gun raffles, bake sale, meat paddles, live and silent auctions, and more. See the full schedule of fun events on the Highland Lions Club Facebook page. The Highland Lions Club annual Dean Olson Memorial Fishery this Saturday at Black Hawk Lake in Highland.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
As other banks change ownership, one thing remains the same: Mound City Bank. Locally owned and trusted for over 110 years, Mound City Bank is proud to be here for you.
This is Ben Baker, owner of Tri-State Roofing, LLC. Did you know we can take care of your roofing projects during the winter months? Tri-State Roofing uses reliable, long-lasting products that can be effectively applied in harsh winter temperatures. See our team for ice dam removal, gutter cleaning, and heat tape installation. Tri-State Roofing is fully insured, and we offer free estimates. Call Tri-State Roofing to fix your winter roofing issues.
Hi, this is Steve Schmidt, owner of the Shoebox in downtown Black Earth. We have thousands of pairs of shoes in stock, no waiting. So stop in anytime, specializing in size, selection, and fit. We will save you money. P.S. We measure both feet. Stop into the Shoebox, the largest shoe store at the north end of Black Earth.
Hi, this is Christine Rowley of Rowley Cheese, wishing all area athletes successful seasons. Cheese is a great source of protein for school lunches or a snack before the big game. Stop in and try some of our award-winning artisan cheeses like Dunbarton Blue, Red Rock, and Little Mountain. We have fresh cheese curds weekly and a wide variety of snacks and beverages, plus made-to-order cheese trade. Shop locally and taste the difference of handmade Wisconsin cheese at Rowley Cheese House on the corner of Highways 11 and 23, Shellsburg.
People's State Bank is a locally owned and managed bank with convenient locations in southwest Wisconsin and northeast Iowa. If you're looking for a place where you're more than just a number, but still have access to convenient technology and low fees, People's State Bank is it. As a community bank, they're proud to support many of the local charities, county fairs, community events, and more. When you become a part of People's State Bank, you can be confident that you're standing with a good cause. People's State Bank, member FDIC.
Streaming on this Queen Bee radio station is powered by Cunis, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram of Platteville. The Cunis Service Department cares for all makes and models. Open Monday through Saturday with shuttles and loaner vehicles available too. Head to Cunis in Platteville.
This is Mike Phillips, president of Mound City Bank. For over 110 years, Mound City Bank has been locally owned and proud to serve our communities. While other banks change ownership, our commitment to you stays the same. We're not changing, we're growing with you. With convenient locations in Platteville, Belmont, Cuba City, Mineral Point, and Mount Horeb, Mound City Bank is proud to be part of your community. Call us today at 888-622-6069 and discover why we're proud to be here for you. Member FDIC.
You don't have to live with sinusitis discomfort and painful symptoms any longer. Trust the experience of ENT specialist Dr. Dale Chilson at Grant Regional Health Center, who offers innovative technology and the latest procedures, including CT-guided sinus surgery. Are you ready to find lasting relief from sinusitis to breathe easier? Call 608-723-2131 to schedule your appointment at our specialty clinic location in Lancaster today. Grant Regional Health Center. Better health starts here.
If you're upgrading a home or business, call the trusted pros at Carey Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors. They offer a premium selection of CHI overhead doors combining style, durability, and security for both residential and commercial properties. Need rain gutters to protect your building from water damage? Carey's has you covered there too. Learn more at Carey'sGuttersandDoors.com. They sell the best and service the rest. Get the quality you deserve at Carey Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors, Belmont, and Prairie du Chien.
I got serious about staying fit just a couple of years ago. Now 5Ks, yoga, and smart nutrition are all part of my weekly routine. Part of my eating right plan? Country Hearth Breads. Natural breads with the whole grains and natural ingredients my body needs to perform at its best. Just a slice of toasted multigrain with peanut butter before a workout, and I'm ready to roll. Country Hearth is the easy choice because it's good for me and great tasting too. Country Hearth Breads, baking our best for you.
Post-match 3.
97.7 Country, WGLR on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. Wrapping everything up from Boscobel High School with the Triangular this evening with Chuck Rasmussen. I'm John Satterley, and Raz. Tonight, what do you walk away, after watching these three matches, about each team? What did you see this evening?
Well, I saw some good wrestling. We saw some good individual matches. We saw a couple good dual meets. I think, if you look at things here, there's probably 6, 7, 8, maybe more that are going to be wrestling in the state tournament down to Madison here in another month or so. So, it was some good wrestling. There's a facility for a dual meet here at Boscobel. Yeah. It's just amazing. It's great. Beautiful. Had that big board they got there, the video board, is really nice.
I think the video
good
board
sound system.
The video board, I think, is the same size. It might even be bigger. No, they're about the same size as UW Platteville. It's very, very similar.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Oh, the exact same one Mineral Point did. Okay, there you go. So if you want to know the size of it.
Yeah, so very nice.
It definitely enhances the experience. It feels a little bit bigger than, quote unquote, just a high school wrestling event. It felt a little bigger, at least to me. So, also we have, let's take a look at our shoebox scoreboard as we wrap things up during our Tri-State Roofing post-match show. Potosi Cassville over Seneca this evening in basketball, 67-45. Platteville over Shullsburg in boys basketball, 89-57. And in girls basketball, Cuba City defeated Southwestern 73-33. Here we saw Iowa Grand Highland defeat Lancaster 47-35 in the first match. Second match, Iowa Grand Highland over Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben 53-17. Then the final match, 48-32, Lancaster with a come-from-behind victory over Boscobel Wazeeka Steuben. Raz, thank you again for letting me tag along with you and
good job.
And still try to be learning a little bit more about wrestling, and look forward to learning a lot more coming up on Saturday.
It'll be a great day.
Saturday should be a really fun day. Like you said, long day, but definitely a very rewarding day. It's the Clash, and it's in Richland Center right here on 97.7 Country WGLR. Pre-match show starting right around 8:40. First match is scheduled for 9 a.m. And so when we're there until it's done.
Yeah,
that's one thing. There's no set time.
No. They'll run it very well up there. Again, as long as all the outside, the computer stuff and all that stuff works.
Yep,
it goes well.
Then it goes smooth. Well, Raz, thank you again. We'll do this on Saturday.
You bet. Sounds good.
He's Chuck Rasmussen. I'm John Satterley. Thank you for joining us for high school wrestling on 97.7 Country WGLR. Let's say thank you to everybody here in Boscobel, the staff being welcomed here. Got to pick on Jimmy Kuska a little bit. He helped hook us up, so thank you, Jimmy. Can't say I never said thank you on the air now. So thank you, Jimmy. Thank you again, everybody here at Boscobel. Everybody back at the studios. Hey, it was a fun night. Coming up tomorrow, it's Wednesday. So I think there is a game, actually, believe it or not. So it's been a long broadcast, all right? I was trying to say one thing and something else completely came out wrong. Well, not really wrong, but Scales Mound at Galena. That's tomorrow night on X1071. Then Thursday, 97.7 Country WGLR, boys basketball Dodgeville at Lancaster. I'll be in Darlington with Cuba City Darlington on Dubuque Super Hits 106. Mineral Point at Southwestern is on X1071. Again, for Chuck Rasmussen, I'm John Satterley. The preceding has been a presentation of Queen Bee Radio Sports on 97.7 Country WGLR on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. Have a great evening, everyone, and thank you for listening.
This has been a Queen Bee Radio High School Sports presentation.